Assalamu alaikum. Hi guys, Assalamu alaikum. I hope everyone is doing well. How are you all? We are meeting again after a long time. How's it been going and how is the practice? How is everyone doing? Walaikum assalam. Walaikum assalam. 25 average is like good, but it's like you should target around 27. You have enough time. The only way to improve is that you need more and more practice. That's it. That's the only way to improve. Walaikum assalam, guys. So how's it been? How's everything been? How have you guys been doing? And how's the practice been so far? And what else? Are you guys excited for your exams that are ending soon, inshallah, on the 9th, yeah? Will the class be taking place every day from today? Yeah, that's the plan. Yes, Simran, that is the plan. That I do intend to take a class every day. Hopefully, inshallah, if things are going as smoothly as possible as they are up till now. So, already scared for the result. Okay. Yeah, I can understand. See, so basically, paper 1 is going to determine the final fate of your grade. You need to practice extensively for paper 1. And I'll just tell you guys something that, we've seen students in the past who've, scored A's in their component grades. They've scored A's in paper 2, but they've ended up with C's in paper 1. And the reason is that, there's a lot, like, you have a choice in paper 2, right? And if you, let's suppose you know something and you have like rote learned it, but you really don't understand the concepts deep down in the concepts, you won't be able to perform paper 1. So in paper 1, only those students are able to perform well who actually know the concept, who have done proper learning throughout. I'll be doing yearlies from 2017 all the way, inshallah, up till the end, till the latest paper. That's what the aim is. Hopefully, if things are going well, you guys should aim for initially so every day we'll be having our stream. So you should, firstly, step 1 is that you should be there on my YouTube live and watch these MCQs live. Why not? Because there will be cross questioning that you guys will be discussing with me. There would be concerns that you guys might be having in other MCQs, so it's better that you attend this live. Secondly, at home, what you guys should be doing is that you guys should be practicing topicals from like around 2008 all the way to 2016 November or Feb March 17, because 2017 onwards I'll be covering yearly on YouTube. Okay, guys. So we are starting. We are starting with May June 2017. May June 2017 paper 11. We are going to be doing variant 1 first. Right, we plan to complete all 3 variants, and again I'm going to be repeating that MCQs are technical. MCQs can be confusing. You need a lot of practice for MCQs, so practice, and that is it, right? And let's begin now. So you need to be very much consistent in these live streams. Also, I will be teaching you the techniques that you need to know on how best to that you can solve the MCQs in the short amount of time. So yeah. Okay, so make sure that you are attending these streams. Also, you can share the link with your peers so that they can join, and more and more people know that we are having these MCQ practice streams. Also, I would so let's now begin, and you can see the first question. Okay, so the first question says, and students always ask me till when will the class go. To be honest, it depends on till when we complete. So hamesha apna 9 to, so from 9 p.m. Pakistan time to 12 a.m. that's the maximum. So from today onwards, from this day onwards as I speak, you need to book your slot with me on YouTube from 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. a maximum, because we need to cover a maximum of all the papers. So make sure that you sort of are doing the things right. Okay, moving forward, guys, what must, so question number 1, what must follow when scarcity exists? Yes. क्या होगा आंसर? What must follow when scarcity exists? ठीक है, I want you guys to participate as well. What must follow when scarcity exists? The correct answer should be consumers have to make a choice. Governments are unable to supply public goods. No. So the correct answer should be A for alpha, that governments should make a choice, because why? We know governments my bad, consumers have to make choices, right? So if you have scarcity, we know that scarcity means limited resources to meet the unlimited wants, and economics exists because we have scarcity. So ultimately this inevitably leads to choices, because not all wants can be satisfied, right? So A is correct, because scarcity necessitates choice, which is the fundamental choice. Scarcity is the fundamental economic problem. So A is the correct answer. Question number 2 says, what is likely to be introduced in the market for bus travel if an economy moved from a mixed economy to a market economy? Now, so question number 2, what will be the correct answer? Allowing companies to bid for bus routes, free bus travel for school children, maximum prices for bus travel, subsidies to bus operators. Now, I'm going to be giving you like 30 seconds to think about what could be the possible answer, and then I'm going to be solving. So question number 2, the correct answer hoga allowing companies to bid for bus routes. Yes, A would be the correct answer, because remember that the thing about market economy is that a market economy would reduce the government intervention. It would reduce government intervention and would promote more competition, right? So market economy has to reduce government intervention and it has to promote more competition. So allowing companies to bid for bus routes. Remember that the concept of bidding, bidding the concept, this concept of bidding, right? This concept of bidding is going to introduce competition, and remember that competition is a characteristic of market economies. B is incorrect, because free bus travel is a public service which we will most likely be found in mixed economies or planned economies. Maximum prices, we know that is a form of government control. Price ceilings, they are not typical for in the case we don't have such strict regulations in market economies. Subsidies to bus operators is again incorrect, because subsidies are again a form of government intervention. They are again associated with market economies. Okay, so D is incorrect as well. Question number 3 says the diagram shows the production possibility frontier of maize and beans has changed from PPF 1 to PPF 2. Okay, so what has happened? So आपका PPF, so your production possibility curve has pivoted. It has pivoted outwards, not parallel, but it has pivoted across the the capacity of bean production has gone up. So yeah, what should be the correct answer? What has happened to the opportunity cost of maize? So the question is saying the opportunity cost of maize and returns to factors producing beans. G, what would be the answer? G, what would be the correct answer, guys? The correct answer for this question would be D for David. Opportunity cost of maize is rising and returns to factors producing beans is also rising. And the reason why, so they can, firstly, now we need to apply tricks here because we need to finish the paper on time. So I'll tell you the trick that you need to apply. So returns to factors producing beans, right? So returns to factors producing beans, they're talking about the factor productivity that, for producing beans. So definitely if the productive capacity for beans production is going outwards, it means that initially you could produce 100 tons of beans, but now you can produce 200 tons of beans, which is simply implying increasing returns to scale. I mean, it's implying increasing returns to factors of production. Increasing returns to factors of production, it is implying increasing returns to factors of production that produces beans. Increasing returns to bean production. It's increasing returns to bean production. And this could be maybe due to, I don't know, technological progress in beans, or maybe due to more specialization in beans or something like that, which has caused factor productivity for beans to go up, and that's causing increasing returns. So opportunity cost of maize jo hai, that is rising as well. And I'll tell you why the opportunity cost of maize is rising. The reason why the opportunity cost of maize is rising, because you see, you have to understand, opportunity cost of maize means that how much beans you have to forgo, right? So initially, in order to produce 100, so agar aapka product, so if your PPC is something like this, and you have 100 here and you have 100 here, so, and you have, maize here and beans here, so it means either you could produce 100 maize or 100 beans, right? So let's say if you're producing 100 maize, then you need to forgo 100 beans, right? But now, in order to produce the same 100 maize, you need to forgo 200 beans. So definitely, initially, which simply means that, in order to produce in order to produce one maize, you had to forgo only one bean, but now for every maize that you produce, you have to forgo 2 beans. So the opportunity cost is simply going up. You can clearly see that in order to produce this much, you were initially foregoing this much, but now in order to produce this much, you have to forgo all this much if you were to produce 100 tons of maize. So the opportunity cost of maize is going up. Question number 4 says, an individual buys a ticket to visit a government-owned art gallery. What would this visit be classified by an economist? An individual buys a ticket to a government-owned art gallery. What would this be classified? How would this be classified? Right? So, yeah, how would this be classified? Okay. क्या होगा इसका आंसर? How are you sort of classifying this? How would this be classified? So this would be classified basically as a private good and a merit good. So it's a private and a merit good. The correct answer is boy, because the art gallery, you are actually buying the ticket to visit the gallery, so it is clearly you're paying a price. So you buy a ticket, you're using to use the service, which means it has to be a private good. It can't be, right? It has to be a private good. So because you're paying a price for it, right? And it is merit good because it's an art gallery. So art galleries mostly art galleries, as far as these questions are as far as the MCQ options are concerned, fit best into merit goods, because maybe you can think from the perspective of art therapy, or maybe it's more therapeutic to just visit an art gallery and just feel good about art lovers. They just feel good going there, right? So and obviously it's a private good. You're paying a price, you're buying a ticket, and art gallery would definitely be excludable, and it would be rivalrous because you're paying a price for it, and that would make it excludable. And the fact that it's rivalrous as well because of if more and more people go there, then the benefit for other individuals diminishes, and not everyone can go there because you have a ticket. So pretty simple. Got it? So that is what 4B, boy, is the correct answer. Question number 5 says the diagram shows the shift in the firm supply curve from S1 to S2. What may have caused the shift from S1 to S2? What may have caused the shift, guys, from S1 to S2? Pretty simple question. So these sort of questions should be done in an instant, right? You shouldn't be spending a lot of time on such questions. The correct answer is C for Charlie. A decrease in the subsidy on the good, because that is going to raise the cost of production, and it is going to shift the supply to the left. So I have your comments coming up. I can see your comments as well. So you guys are posting the answers. That's good. You guys are mostly correct on question number 5. The correct answer is C. That's good. Question number 6 says a change in the price of a good. A change in the price of a good causes an increase in the quantity of the goods demanded. What would be the nature of the good and the direction of the price change for this to be certain to happen? Okay. Now, for those who want to access the paper, the group description has the link that you can download the paper as well from there. Question number 6 Yeah, so 6 would be what? The correct answer to question number 6 would be. The correct answer to question number 6 would not be A. No, it would not be A. The correct answer to question number 6 is not A. It can't be an inferior good because it says a change in the price of a good causes an increase in quantity demanded. Although, as far as inferior good is concerned, what would be the nature of the good in the direction of price change for this to happen? So, I mean, so the thing is that if the price falls, the real income goes up, right? When price would fall, your real incomes would go up and you could buy more. And as your real incomes go up, you feel richer. Probably you would end up buying more inferior goods. But, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that, people would, people would just go and buy more inferior goods. In fact, we know that, for inferior goods, when the real incomes would go up, the demand for inferior goods, would go down. And people would buy more normal goods, not inferior goods. So that is why C is the correct answer. When price would fall, then the nature of the good has to be normal, because when price falls, your real income goes up, and that causes the demand for normal goods to go up as well. So normal good, fall in price. Got it? That is what makes C the correct answer. It cannot be B. Got it? It cannot be B. It cannot be D either. Only C aligns with this logic. Okay? Got it? Question number 7 says, which combination is most likely to result in the demand for a product being highly price elastic? Yeah, which combination is most likely to result into the demand for a product being highly price elastic? So definitely, if you look at the factors, Ariha says, why? Can you repeat why is it not A? It's not A because when the price goes down, your real incomes go up, and when your real incomes go up, usually we know that the demand for normal goods would go down, not sort of go up. And so the normal goods, so that is why your ऐसा नहीं है that, so demand, we're not saying, we're not talking about a shift in demand here, just by the way, we're not talking about a shift in demand here, but the thing with question number 6 is that normal goods, you have to understand that normal goods would have a positive income effect, because when price would fall, people would feel richer, and they would demand more of them as compared to inferior goods, right? And this question is, but the thing is that this question is about, the price changes alone. So if the price would fall, your real incomes would go up, and, you'll actually buy more. The quantity demanded for normal goods would, go up. And the thing about inferior goods is you need to understand that although it could be A as well. It's not that A is entirely incorrect. A also seems right, but C is a better option. Sometimes so I'll tell you something. Sometimes the fight between two answer options is not because who is right and which answer option is wrong. Sometimes both seem right, but the other option is more certain to be right, because as far as option A is concerned, if real incomes are going up and price is falling, then some inferior goods may see reduced demand as real incomes go up, right? So the fact that price is falling doesn't really guarantee an increase in demand for all sorts of inferior goods, but for normal goods, this would happen. So that is what, because it says for this. So the hint, so I sort of didn't look at the question. I should have mentioned. Yeah, if you look at this, it says for this to be certain to happen. So A can also be correct, but it's not certain. But C is 100% certain, right? So the hint is in the word certain here. Okay. So while A is not incorrect entirely, C is certain that the demand for normal goods, with the quantity demanded for normal goods will increase following a decrease in price. Okay. Question number 7 was the correct answer to question number 7 should be A, because the more the number of close substitutes you have and the larger the percentage of income that is spent on the product. Obviously, if you're spending a lot of income on something, then price change would matter more to you, because obviously you're spending a lot of your income on it, so price change would matter more to you, so you would be more sensitive about the price changes, so more elastic demand when you have a high percentage of income being spent on the product. And the more close substitutes you have, the number of substitutes, as in the many close substitutes you have, and the more the number of substitutes you have, or the more the close they are, the easy it is for you as a consumer to switch. Got it? That is what makes A the correct answer. Question number 8 says, a manufacturer increases the price of his product from $4 in an attempt to increase total revenue. The table shows the outcome of the policy. This is a good question. So yeah, what do you guys think should be the answer to question number 8? Yes, question number 8 is a good practice question. Question number 8, the correct answer to question number 8 is not David, Mr. Ryan Shahid. Mr. Fazan, yes, B for boy is the correct answer. Mr. Marcus, D is incorrect. Why? I'll tell you. Because the question is saying, so what we can see is that the price is going up and the total revenue is going up as well. So if price is rising and total revenue is increasing, one thing is we are certain that the PET has to be less than 1. It is to be, the product has to be inelastic. Now the thing is that whether it is, so either the answer option has to be B or it has to be D. So it can't be A or C, right? So we cross that out and we narrow down our answer options. And so the thing is that the correct answer is boy, not David, because it is perfectly inelastic. Because you have to understand that the revenue over here, the revenue is increasing from 400 to 500 to 600. The revenue is increasing proportionally with price. And what this means is that, there is no change in quantity demanded. Because if you look at the quantity of how much is being purchased, basically, 400 upon 4 is you're buying 100 units. Here also you're buying 100 units. So here also you're buying 100 units. So it's somewhat, the demand curve is perfectly inelastic and you're buying 100 units. The price is going up from 4 to 5 to 6. And it's simple. The revenue at point A is 400, 500 and 600. So the correct answer option is boy, perfectly inelastic. Good question. Question number 9 says a firm establishes. Got it? Samajh aa gaya sabko? You guys understood. Question number 8. Moving forward. Question number 9 says a firm establishes that the price elasticity of supply of its product has a value of 0.3. G, kya hoga? What will be the correct answer? The question number 9 says a firm establishes that the PES has a value of 0.3. It is less than 1. It means it is inelastic supply. The answer to question number 9 should be C for Charlie. It uses a high proportion of perishable raw materials, because when you are using perishable raw materials, it means you cannot store them because there's no point. They are perishable. And the supply is inelastic because it is not going to respond much to price changes. And if you look at answer option A, it says unused capacity. If you have unused capacity, it means that your supply would be flexible. So A is incorrect. Unsold stock would mean that if the demand and the price goes up, you can release that. You can just sell that up easily. Answer option D, it uses factors of production that are easily substitutable. If your FOP are substitutable, it makes the supply more elastic. Question number 10 says, you look at question number 10, it says there is a reduction in the world supplies due to war in some supplying countries at a time when the winter in some importing countries was much colder than usual. The diagram shows the original equilibrium price. So Hamisha, what you need to do is that I will always mark my original point. This is my original point. And for such questions, I will look at whether the demand is shifting or supply is shifting or both are shifting, right? And so what will be the equilibrium price of in these circumstances? So a reduction in, so I am right now over here, I am at D, and this is my supply curve, and I'm somewhere over here, right? And this is my price. Now the question is saying that there's a reduction in the world supply, so the supply is falling, it is shifting to S1, right? When in a time when the winter in some importing countries was much colder than usual. So obviously, if the winter is much colder than usual, you would probably need more oil to heat up as a source of energy to be used in heating appliances or something like that. So that is why the demand for oil would go up. So demand is going to D1 while supply is falling to D2. So D1 and S1 is intersecting at P4. So new price has to be P4. So the correct answer has to be David, P4. Got it? Understood? That's how you do these kind of MCQs. You need to identify the factor affecting supply and the factor affecting demand. Moving forward, question number 11 says good X is a substitute for good Y and a complement to good Z. So good X is a substitute to good Y and a complement to good Z. What would happen after a fall in the price of good X? If the price of good X falls, what would happen? Yeah, so if the price of good X falls, then if the price of X falls, then it means that the substitute would become relatively expensive. Y would get relatively expensive. Demand for Y should fall, right? Because Y would get relatively expensive. So the demand for Y should fall while the demand for X should go up. And if the demand for X goes up, then the demand automatically for Z goes up as well because they are jointly demanded, they're complements. So the correct answer option has to be C for Charlie. Demand for Y will fall and the demand for Z will rise. That makes C the correct answer option. Right? Marcus, D is incorrect. Simran, D, David is incorrect. Got it? Okay, question number 12 says a government imposes a specific indirect tax on a product. When will the tax cause the greatest reduction in consumer surplus? Yes, yeah answer. This is something that I would like you guys to answer. Question number 12, part C. Now, a lot of you guys are aware of the role of demand elasticity on consumer surplus, but you guys are not aware of the supply elasticity on the role for consumer surplus, and that is what I'm going to tell you today. So what you need to, So remember, the correct answer for question number 12 is C for Charlie. The product has a price elastic demand and a price elastic supply. So you need to understand that the question is asking what will cause the greatest reduction in consumer surplus. See, consumer surplus falls most when consumers would bear the most tax burden. So the hint here is, the simple logic that you need to apply over here is that consumer surplus would fall the most when consumers would bear more or the most of the tax burden. The burden would be most on the consumers. And in what cases is the burden most on consumers? The burden that is most on consumers is when, so in what cases of an indirect tax consumers bear the most burden? When PED is inelastic, right? And PES is elastic. In that cases, consumers, the tax burden would be shifted the most on the consumers. And if that is so, in that case, this is the rule that you need to know. And if that is so, then in that case, the price increase, that as in the equilibrium price rise, would be maximum. And the consumer's burden of the fact that price rise would be a lot. So consumers would bear the most of the tax burden, which means that it would witness the greatest decline in consumer surplus. Okay, so PED has to be inelastic and PES has to be elastic. And so it's not just the PED that you need to know. You also need to know about the PES. Okay. And I remember, as far as my students are concerned, I had taught them all these rules. In what cases the consumer bears the most burden and the producer bears the most burden, and of the tax and all of that. So I'm pretty sure they might be very good at specifically for this particular MCQ. Question number 13 says the table shows the maximum amount 3 students would be willing to pay for a taxi to take them from a nightclub. Jane, Sarah, and Yasmin, and assume they share assume they share the taxi fare as shown in the table below, which shows how much they should each pay so they obtain the same consumer surplus. Yes. Gee. So, I mean, the thing is that okay. Yeah, so what is the answer to question number 13? What is the answer to question number 13? David? Yes, because okay, so David is correct because if you look at the willingness to pay, because consumer surplus is the difference between the willingness to pay minus what you actually pay. So as far as Jane, Sarah, and Yasmin is concerned, if you look at the willingness to pay minus what you pay, so you have the consumer surplus. So Jane is willing to, so you have 10, 8, and 6, while, if Jane pays 6, well, Sarah pays 4, and Yasmin pays 2. So the consumer surplus would be 4, 4, and 4. So option D is equalizing the consumer surplus. So option D is the correct option. Got it? Okay. Got it, guys? Question number 13, answer, that is why it is D. Question number 14 say, question number 13, that is why question number 13 ka David is correct. Jane should pay the most while Yasmin the least. It's not about who's paying the most or least, but it's about who pays how much in order to equalize the consumer surplus. The question says, assume they share the taxi fare as shown in the table below, which shows how much they each should pay so that they obtain the same consumer surplus. So the consumer surplus has to be equal in all these cases, right? Question number 14 says the government fixes a minimum price for the government fixes a minimum price for a service. So the government fixes a minimum price for a service. What happens? So G, question number 14. What would be the correct answer for question number 14? Question number 14 would be the government fixes a minimum price. What happens? So the correct answer would be David. Yes, production will stay the same if minimum price is below the equilibrium price, because we know that a minimum price has to be, for it to be effective, it has to be above the equilibrium price. And if the minimum price is below the equilibrium price, and people would pay the equilibrium price, producers would receive the equilibrium price, so it's just ineffective. So minimum price that is below the equilibrium has no effect because the market already has set a higher price. So definitely the market would, the effective price would be the market price that would prevail in that case. So a minimum price that is below the equilibrium price is non-binding. So in that case, production will stay the same if the minimum price is below the equilibrium price, which simply means that, it's just ineffective. So, okay. Production increased tab hoti, the minimum production would have increased if the minimum price would have been above the equilibrium price. That would have been a benefit to producers and they would have extended quantity supplied. Question number 15. The diagram illustrates the effect of what? It illustrates the effect of placing a specific tax which is equal to JM, and which area represents the total tax receipts. G. Question number 15. Which area represents total tax receipts? What is the correct answer? Total tax receipts क्या होंगी आपकी? The total tax receipts would be X, J, M, and Z, David, because the vertical distance between the two supply curves represent the tax per unit times the number of units that you're buying. So you're buying OQ units, so which is equal to this distance, and hence this particular box represents the tax receipts. This is the government's tax revenue basically. Okay. Question, so it should be David. Question number 16 says the diagram shows a demand curve D1 and S1 for a good. You have D1, you have S1. The government decides to pay producers a subsidy for each unit supplied to the market. Which curve shows the new effective demand or supply? Again, a simple question. G. Question number, obviously, subsidy jo hoti hai, it would reduce the production cost, which will supply the supply curve will shift to the right. And right, so obviously, the subsidy affects supply. It's a production subsidy, it doesn't affect demand. So because it says that the subsidy is given to the producer, so it has to affect supply, not demand. So your supply curve will shift to S2. So the correct answer has to be boy, S2. Got it? C, it can't be C. Why S3? Subsidy hai, so subsidy is gonna shift the supply curve outwards to the right. ठीक है? Got it? It has to be boy. Question number 17 is a good question. I want you guys to look at it. Question number 17. Could you guys calculate the amount of transfer payments? The government expenditure in 2017 is estimated 760. The top 5 areas of expenditure are given below. So the government is spending on various projects and for pensions and all of that. So it says how much is the amount that is spent on transfer payments. You guys can take out your calculators and solve this out for me. So question number 17 would be how much? Yes, question number 17 would be how much? Question number 17 का जो guys answer है, that is how much? So you have, pensions would be what? Welfare, and so it should be 153 plus 111, that should be 264. So is everyone getting C? जी. Question number 17 जो है, is everyone getting the answer C, guys? Should we move forward? आगे बढ़े. 17 में जो है वो आपके, let me just look at the questions that you guys have. Yeah, so everyone is C is cool. Everyone is cool with C. Okay. ठीक है. Moving forward, question number 18 says, what is likely to occur when the government privatizes public sector monopolies? What is likely to occur when government privatizes public sector monopolies? What is likely to occur when government privatizes public sector monopolies? G, what would be the correct answer? Yes, what was likely to occur when government privatizes public sector monopolies? The correct answer should be G. क्या होगा correct answer? The correct answer would not be David Simran. It would be A for Alpha, because consumer choice will increase, because definitely you're privatizing it, and privatization, I mean, you see, the privatization would introduce competition into the game, and it would just create more market incentives, and it would lead to automatically more firms coming in, easy entry of firm. I mean, more firms would come in because it's. I mean, anyone could set up a business, and there's more competition, and so consumer choice will go up, right? And the existing firms would be competing as well, and that would also mean that there would be greater product variety. So A is the correct answer. Question number 19. In a closed economy, a closed economy is an economy where there's no international trade. In a closed economy, a rise in aggregate demand is needed to increase output in the country. What is necessary to achieve this increase in output in the economy? So you can expect like the first 15, 16 MCQs to be from microeconomics, and the last 15, 16 MCQs to be from, let's say, macro. D 18 ka D is incorrect. 18 ka D is incorrect because the production of public goods will increase. I mean, public goods like defense or street lighting are not produced more because of privatization. I mean, public goods is defense or street lighting. This has nothing to do with privatization. Why is it not B? Kiska? Question number 18. I mean, B is incorrect because it says employment will increase in the short run. Employment will not increase in the short run. Employment might actually fall in the short run. Employment probably might fall in the short run. Got it? Not increase. क्योंकि उसकी वजह यह है कि because when the monopoly, public sector monopoly is a monopoly which probably might be inefficient and might also be having a lot of employees that probably should not be required, and it would be productively inefficient. So when you privatize that monopoly, a public monopoly, and you'll make it a private sector monopoly, probably it will result into a lot of layoffs regarding those workers who are inefficient. So employment will actually not increase in the short run. It might increase in the long run when that monopoly becomes more efficient and it grows and it expands and needs more workers in that context. But in the short run, it might fall actually. So we are not certain as far as option B is concerned. Option B may seem true, but it's not a certain that this is gonna happen. So at times we need to select the best possible option as well. So when you're remember that when you're solving MCQs, guys, and when you're chalking out the right answer from the possible list of incorrect answer, an answer option might look correct, but it's not that it will always be incorrect. It might be correct, or it might be incorrect as well. So remember that in that cases we need to be certain about what we are selecting. So option B is sort of employment might increase as well, or it might fall as well. So we are not really certain about it, but most likely it might fall in the employment might fall in the short run. Question number 19. In a closed economy, what is needed? In a closed economy, a rise in aggregate demand is needed to increase output in the country. Question number, what is necessary to achieve? Now, it's a question, enough capacity. Now we need to have capacity to make that happen for the output, for the demand to materialize into real increases, real gains. You need to have capacity. So 19 should be A. Right? Because you see, the thing is, enough capacity to produce the extra goods and services demanded. The question is saying what is necessary to achieve this increase in output. So the thing is that the closed economy can't import. So the closed economy can't import. So if AD is going up and you need more goods and services, that has to be met domestically. You can't import goods. So if the economy is already at full capacity or near full capacity, then more AD will only lead to inflation and not real growth. And for real output to go up, you need to have spare capacity. So only option A is going to enable real growth. Only option A is going to enable real growth from increased aggregate demand. Question number 20 says, look, okay, so are we good? Why not D? Why not D? So why not D? Let's look at why not D. Question number 19 says, question number 19 ka pooch rahe na? You're saying why not D? You're asking why not D for question 19. See, reduced credit to lower inflation would contract aggregate demand. It wouldn't expand aggregate demand. And over here we are talking about a rise in aggregate demand. So this is a statement that is just saying reduce credit. Reduce credit means you have less money to borrow. So it is going to contract. The AD would contract. It's not something that is expanding AD. So it doesn't really matches with the question narrative. Okay? Got it? That's why D is incorrect. Got it? Question number, got it, guy? Whoever you were, what is, I don't know your name, slave, whatever it is. Question number 20 says, the diagram shows the long-run aggregate supply of an economy at which equilibrium level of national income is a balance of trade surplus likely to cause the greatest increase for the economy. Yes, question number 20 is a good question. G. Question number 20, LRAS भी आपको दिया हुआ है, at which income would, yeah. So, I mean, the answer has to be D, because you see, I mean, you can see that over here, the economy is getting close to full capacity, and then we're getting bottlenecks, right? We're getting supply bottlenecks, and we're getting capacity constraints and supply bottlenecks. So definitely, if you are sort of going to increase AD in this region, you'll have the greatest inflationary increase. I mean, you'll also have an inflationary increase over here. You can see that, you're also going to have an inflationary increase over here, but over here you will have the biggest inflationary increase, and so on and so forth, right? So at point D, you will have the greatest inflationary increase because the economy is either very close to full capacity or almost at capacity. And any further increase in demand, a balance of trade surplus means that net exports are going up. So any rise in AD because of a rise in net exports would cause demand for inflationary pressures. Question number 21. 21 says the government... G. 21 says the government succeeds in changing a current account deficit into a current account surplus. We have succeeded in changing the current account deficit to a surplus. What might this current account surplus increase the country's inflation rate? Yeah, so G. What do you think? What do you think is the answer? Question number 21. What should be the answer to question number 21? Should be the answer to question number 21. Gee, what do you think should be the answer to question number 21? Yes, 21. Fazan says A, Ryan says A, Ariha says A, Marcus says A, Simran says A, Noor Zubair says A. And the correct answer is, I think, also A. Why might this current account surplus increase the inflation rate? Yes, it is going to increase aggregate demand. So a country with a current account surplus means that exports are more than imports. So more income is flowing into the country, into the circular flow. So definitely this is going to be inflationary. So yes, it is going to increase demand pull inflation. Baki the options, rest of the options are sort of incorrect. Question number 22. Acha, now, by the way, guys, if you look at question number 22, I would want you guys to also understand that in your entire MCQ paper of 30 MCQs, you will have one question. In all MCQ paper, you have one question where they will give you these sort of questions. They will ask you what can be concluded from the periods, or what can be concluded from the above, right? So you should always do that question in the end. And I'll teach you these tricks and techniques on how can you maximize your marks based on in 1 hour. But since this is the first MCQ stream, and so on and so forth, as we proceed in the coming days as well, you'll learn something new in every stream. So always do such questions in the end, and because these questions, especially a question like this, requires time. Okay, the diagram shows Greece's trade position with European Union and Russia between 2005 and 2014. what can be concluded about the period 2005 to 14? Yes, what is the correct answer? Hmm. B. Yes, Greece annual trade deficit with the European Union was lower in 2014 than in 2005, and B is actually the right answer. And this is pretty simple because in 2005, if you look at, if you look at the graph in 2005, the gap. I mean, pehle to ye, I mean, these are the imports, right? So, firstly, we know that this is the imports, and this is the exports, right? So, if you look at these two graphs in 2005, you can clearly see that the distance, the vertical distance, in this the whole year, the vertical distance is, this much. You can see the entire distance. This is reflecting the gap, the trade deficit gap in 2005 versus you can see the trade deficit gap in 2014 is sort of less. If you look at this distance versus the gap is quite less. So the annual trade deficit with the European Union was lower in 2014 than in 2005. Simple. Got it? ठीक है, understood? Because the question is showing the Greece trade position with EU and Russia, and as far as the European Union is concerned, the Greece trade deficit with the European Union was lower in 2014 than in 2005, because this line is telling us the imports from EU, this is telling us the exports. So, you just need to look at the distance and compare it. Okay? So, 22 boy is the correct answer. Sir, do you recommend reading the ER along with, see, as far as, you can, see, there's not much of a marginal there's not much of a, reading the ER won't really be a game changer. You can, for some MCQs, you might get the clarity. The ER is just going to tell you the mistakes, the MCQs that the students got wrong. So ER is more value adding when you're concerned about paper 2, essay writing, because it tells you the mistakes students have made in writing an essay. So this is just marking the right versus the wrong answer. So ER is going to just, focus more on practicing and solving the MCQs rather than you want to have a look at the ER. ER is just going to tell you, like I said, it's only going to tell you, right and wrong, right? Just a second. It's going to tell you the answers that were mostly right and mostly the wrong answers. It's going to tell you mostly the wrong answers. Question number 23 says there's a rise in exchange rate of US. It appreciates. What would cause the greatest increase in the US current account? Yes, what would cause the greatest increase? What would cause the greatest increase in the US current account deficit? So, yes. The correct answer should be boy, because simple reason being that since the dollar has appreciated, it would make imports cheaper into the US, and it would make US exports more expensive. And if US consumers have a high PD for imports, then the cheaper prices for imports would cause a large increase in import spending, which would actually worsen the current account deficit. And we have already studied this concept in our current account videos when you guys were, including, I'm sure that, you guys must have studied that, when the currency depreciates, if the PET for imports is inelastic, it sort of worsens your current account deficit. So 23, sorry, my bad. If so not the depreciation, the appreciation. If the currency appreciates and the PED for imports is greater than 1, it is elastic, it would actually worsen your current account deficit. Got it? Because imports would get cheaper and people would just go crazy. It would suck in a lot of imports. Remember, I've used this term multiple times. It's an economic terminology referring to, it sort of, it was used by an economist, which it was trying to refer to a situation where you just, that vacuum cleaner just sucks in all the dust. And it's the same metaphor used in the sense that, it's imports are sucked into the economy, right? Because they are just cheaper. And so high import elasticity would mean current account deficits would worsen. Got it? Question number 24 says, since a country's export prices have increased on average by 50% and its import prices by 25%, what is the correct figure for the country's terms of trade? So terms of trade formula for terms of trade is index of export prices. The index of export prices upon the index of import prices times 100. You multiply it by 100 because you want to convert the ratio into an index number. That's why. This is not a percentage. You're not multiplying 100. You're not calculating a percentage. You're converting this ratio into an index number. So it says since 2000, and 2000 is the base year, right? And the index is 100, which simply means that, if you look at the index of export, so if you look at the index of export prices in 2000, it would be 100. Let's assume 100 over 100 times 100. So the index in the base year would be 100. So if the index of export prices is 100, and let's say the index of import prices is also 100 in the base year, so the terms of trade in the base year would obviously be 100. And it says that the export prices have gone up by 50%, which means that it would be 150 upon the import prices have gone up by, I think, 125. Yeah, so 125 times 100, the answer should be 150 upon 125 times 100 should be 120. So again, C is the correct answer. What is the correct figure for the country's terms of trade? 120. Got it? 24 is C for Charlie, 120. Question number 25 says, each diagram shows the production possibility curve of two economies, X and Y, which produces food and clothes. In which diagram would both economies benefit by specializing in the good in which they have a comparative advantage and trading at an exchange rate of 1 unit of cloth to 1.5 units of food? Yeah. So you need to understand. You need to understand that the ratio, this ratio of this is known as the exchange ratio, 1 unit of cloth to 1.5 units of food. This has to lie between the opportunity cost ratios. So the country that would, so it says that in which diagram would both economies benefit by specializing and trading in which they have a comparative advantage if the exchange ratio is 1 to 1.5. So you need to calculate the opportunity cost ratios first, and so how would you do that? So 1 unit, okay, so you take clothes and food here, and the reason I'm taking clothes and food here is because it says 1 unit of clothes, so that would just make it numerically easier for me. And you have country A here, so the ratio of clothing to food for country X is close to food, right? So it's 1:3, and for country Y should be 1:2, right? Yeah, 1:3 and 1:2. And if you look at this for country X, it has to be 1:1, and this should be 1:1 as well. And the ratio for country Y and X over here has to be 1:2 for clothing to food, because you can produce either 2 clothes or 4 food. So country X, for every clothes it makes, it has to sacrifice 2 units of food, and this has to be 1:1. And you have like, okay, so this has to be what? This has to be 1:0.5, right? 0.5 and 1:1. Now it says they're trading at an exchange rate of 1 unit to 1.5. Now 1:1.5 needs to lie between the opportunity cost ratio. So does 1:1.5 lie in between these two? No, it doesn't. 1:1.5 doesn't lies in between these two. So this A is incorrect. Does 1:1.5 lies in between these two? No, it doesn't lies in between these two as well. This is incorrect as well. Does 1:1.5 lie in between these two? Yes, it lies in between these two. Yes, this seems correct. But if you look at this, does this lies in between these two? No, it doesn't lies in between these two. So this is incorrect as well. And as a result, the correct answer to question number 25 should be C for Charlie. Got it? And how have I done this? I mean, I would recommend that you guys watch my comparative advantage videos on YouTube if you do not understand this concept. But I'm sure you've done your paper too, so definitely you guys must be aware, you should be aware by now that the trade ratio should lie between the opportunity cost ratios. Only then would specialization benefit both countries. Later on, I will be doing paper 3 A2, probably from the first or something. Yeah, it's only AS right now. It's going to be AS for the next 3-4 days, and then after that, A2 will start from the first week of June. I mean, the 1st of June. Okay. 4 countries A, B, C, D trade internationally. By the way, free trade and trading blocks are now not part of your AS syllabus. But this is just a simple IQ question. This is a simple IQ sort of question. So, I mean, as far as your free trade and trading blocks are concerned, I mean, trading block represents a block of countries or a group of countries who decide to trade freely and to eliminate trade barriers amongst each other. They won't keep tariffs and quotas amongst each other, right? So free trade agreement is also, a specific type of trade block. Now, as far as these circles are concerned, these circles are, if you look at these circles, right, it says that each circle in the diagram represents a free trade area. So each circle is representing a trade block. Now, and you have these various overlapping free trade areas. And if you look at country B is in all the circles. It is in circle 1. You see, if you look at this circle, I mean, ignore this, just look at this particular circle only, right? So if you look at this circle, you have country C here, right? And you have country C here, you have country A here as B. So in this particular block, you have both these 3 countries who are trading amongst each other with no trade barriers. And then you have another circle, which is this particular trading block, which has only A and B. Isn't it? It has only A and it only has A and B. Yeah, it does not have D. And then, so you have so B is part of 2 trade blocks right now. And if you look at the third trading block, which is a third circle representing another trading block, then you have a D over here, and this third one has B and D in it. So B has access to the most trade blocks. Means B has fewer trade barriers, B has more potential trading partners, B has greater opportunity for specialization, B has greater opportunity for efficiency and more welfare gains as well. So definitely then B will benefit from B will have the greatest opportunity to benefit from free international trade. This is just an IQ question. Nothing special about it. Nothing complicated, nothing special. Answer is B. Question number 27 says a small trading country decides on a policy of import substitution by producing for itself. Import substitution means that you want to protect your local industries from foreign competition. So you are doing import substitution, means you're producing the good domestically, which was previously imported. Right? That's what Donald Trump wants to do. It wants to manufacture in the US things that were being manufactured all around the other world, especially in China. So for 27, the correct answer has to be C for Charlie, to protect local industries from foreign competition. Pretty simple, straightforward. So let's move on to question number 28, which says the government shows, the diagram shows a government's revenue and expenditure for 3 years. The diagram shows the government's expenditure and revenue for 3 years, right? What can be concluded from the diagram? Yes, what can you conclude from this particular diagram? G. So in all these 3 years, So what should be the answer? If you look at 2008, you have a budget surplus, but then in 2009 you have a budget deficit, and in 2010 you have a bigger budget deficit. So answer option A is incorrect, right? Because got it, A is incorrect, while B seems correct, because if you have a budget deficit, then you need to finance it by borrowing. So a government's borrowing requirement is emerging, which is known as public sector borrowing requirement, PSBR. It's government's borrowing requirement. The government needs to borrow to finance its spending. So B has to be correct. As far as C is concerned, it says the economy moved from a recession into a boom. Now, the fact that economy moved from a recession into a boom, we don't know that, because there's no data on economic growth. There's no data on economic growth given to us. So we can't really say, how can we make that statement? The only data we have right now is about expenditures and revenues, and this is fiscal data. And based on fiscal data, we can't really say about whether the country moved from a recession into a boom or not. The answer option D says the yield from taxation continuously increase. This is also not true as well. We can clearly see that the revenue has fallen. So yeah, answer option D is also not true. So boy is the valid conclusion. So okay, so at times what happens is, guys, my feet, I'm so sorry. Okay. At times what happens is that, we are unable to identify the right answer. So in those circumstances, what I tell the students is that if you can't really find out the right answer, then find out the wrong answer and eliminate all the wrong answers. So A, C, and D is certainly wrong. So you just eliminate them and then you have the correct answer. Okay. Question number 29 says a country with a fixed exchange rate has a current account surplus on its BOP. What is most likely to reduce the surplus? Question number 29, what is most likely to reduce the surplus? So what would be the answer? You have a current account surplus means that your exports are more than imports. And if you want to reduce the surplus, then you need to bring up your imports, because when imports would start rising, assuming that your exports don't keep up with, or they are less than the pace at which imports are rising, or they're just constant. So what is most likely to reduce the surplus? Would higher interest rates reduce the surplus? Higher interest rates, the thing about higher interest rates is that higher interest rates would attract hot money inflows. And when hot money inflows would come up, it would appreciate the currency. And when currency appreciates, imports get cheaper. And when imports get cheaper, you buy more imports. And that increases import expenditures. And if import expenditures go up, then current account surplus will go down, which makes A, which seems like A is the correct answer. But here's the catch. The catch is that higher interest rates could also increase the cost of borrowing, which would reduce aggregate demand. And if aggregate demand slows down, then imports would fall, because when your AD goes up, when there's strong domestic demand and there's strong domestic growth, that is a reason that also results into increasing imports. So if AD goes down, your imports would go down as well. So that is why A is the incorrect answer. A is not the right answer, because it is going to reduce the demand. Your consumption and spending would go down, AD would go down, GDP would go down. That would also result into falling imports, and falling imports would increase the surplus, not really reduce the surplus. So we don't really know. In option A, we don't really know that we can't be so sure about the fact that surplus will go up or down, because we have both these factors having opposite impacts on current account surplus. One would make surplus go up, other would make surplus go down. So we can't really be sure about A. But we can be sure about B. We can be sure about B, right? So also A would be incorrect, as Faizan pointed out, that A would be incorrect because the question is saying about the fixed exchange rate, which Faizan says is out of syllabus. So firstly, yes, the fixed exchange rate is out of syllabus, but just because you hear the word fixed exchange rate doesn't really mean that, at times CIs have been in the recent years, they have made these mistakes. If you look at the recent papers, they have made these mistakes of giving certain things out of syllabus. So just because fixed exchange rate is out of syllabus doesn't really mean that, they could make a mistake. And if they make that mistake, then we can't, first of all, this question really nothing has to do with fixed exchange rate. Honestly, this has nothing to do with fixed exchange rate, by the way. Also, as far as high interest rates is concerned, and like I said, high interest rates would would appreciate the currency, and that would make your imports cheaper, which could reduce the current account surplus. But since it's a fixed exchange rate, so the government will ensure that the currency does not appreciate. It's a fixed exchange rate system, right? So the government will make sure that the currency does not appreciate. So again, in that case, the current account surplus will not reduce via rising imports. But as far as high interest rates are concerned, high interest rates would reduce AD because of increasing cost of borrowing, because of lower consumption and investment, which could mean that imports would go down, which could widen the current account surplus. But B is correct, because higher investment spending would do what? Higher investment spending would increase AD, and when AD goes up, you have strong domestic demand, and strong domestic demand means imports would rise and the current account surplus will shrink. That is why B is the correct answer for question number 29. Got it? Question number 30. Question number 30 says, in recent years, an economy has experienced changes in price level as shown. Percentage change in price level is given, and then you have, it says which government policy is most effective in reversing the trend. So you see, your percentage change in price level is giving you the rate of inflation. So we are witnessing the rate of inflation going down. So you have disinflation all the way up till here, and then when the rate of inflation turns negative, you have deflation. And the only way that you could reverse the trend is by you need to reverse the disinflation or deflation. You need to use expansionary policies, right? So answer option David says reducing interest rates and increasing money supply is an expansionary monetary policy, and that would basically expand AD and reverse the whole process, right? So David is the correct answer. A says encourage firms to expand production through tax incentives. Now, tax incentives is a fiscal policy, but then the question says if tax incentives are used to expand production, it's a supply side policy. And supply side policies have a time lag, they have a slow effect. So we can't really count on that. It's saying which government policy is most effective in reversing the trend. So you need expansionary demand side policies to reverse disinflationary and deflationary effects. Income policy, then the question says introduce an income policy. The introduce an income policy means to come up with policies that how much could wages increase. So, maybe capping the wages that, trade unions or workers can't really push for. The maximum they can push for is a 5% jump or something. Um, but this would mean if you are actually coming up with income policies to control wage growth, you're actually fighting inflation. We don't want to fight inflation right now. We want to increase the inflation. We want to reverse the trend. So we want to increase it. We want to bring inflation. Also, promoting savings would reduce, because if savings would go up, consumption would go down, which is again deflationary or disinflationary. So 30 has to be David. So all the other answer MCQs are incorrect. So 30 has to be David. And that finishes variant 1. Now we're going to be taking a 5-minute break. I'm going to be coming back. I'm going to have a glass of water. We're taking a 5-minute break. We're doing variant 2. You guys need to develop temperament in yourselves, right? So you need to book 2-3 hours straight with me every day, and you need to make up that stamina, because the more MCQs you do, the better you get. Call it. So 5-minute break, and then we are coming back. Okay guys, we're back. Is everyone there? हम वापस आ चुके हैं. We're back. Okay guys, come back. We're going to be discussing variant 2. And while I was in the break, I was just looking at your comments, and I was just looking at whether I've responded to all the comments. And I think there's one comment that I hadn't responded regarding that consumer surplus question. So I just thought to quickly explain you about that question. Who was that person who was asking about this question? There was this query regarding this question. Who was that person who was asking about this question number 12? Okay, so if that person is there right now, I'll just explain it to you, otherwise I'll just move on. So there was someone who wanted me to sort of explain question 12 with respect to PES. We did variant 1. Do you want me to explain this part, or do you want me to just move on? Okay. So I think the person who was asking that question is not present, but see, you have to understand. And there was this. If I scroll back the comments. This Aisha Yasin was asking how elastic PES. Zainab was also asking this. Are you guys right? So Aisha Yasin was asking and Zainab was asking, are you guys there on the stream right now? I could sort of explain about this particular question 12. Why PES? Why are we taking PES as elastic? Otherwise, I'll just move on. Okay, so I'll explain it anyways. So you have to understand, and by the way, let me tell you about this particular question. This particular question has to do with the concept of price mechanism. You have to understand that the greatest reduction in consumer surplus would happen when there would be when there would be the greatest increase in price. So you need to find out the greatest increase in price. Simple as that. It's pretty simple. So when you have a tax, your supply shifts to the left. Okay. Now the question is that who would bear the greatest burden of the tax? Now the consumer would bear the greatest burden of the tax. And when we say that the consumer bears the burden, it means that the price goes up significantly. So majority of the tax is absorbed by the increase in the market price, and that is causing the greatest reduction in consumer surplus. Got it? And if I were to draw this, and by the way, this is all price mechanism at play, let me tell you. Now, if I were to draw, let's say I draw an inelastic demand curve, and I'm saying PED. So I told you guys that PED is inelastic while PES is elastic. So PED is inelastic while PES is elastic, right? So if I make the PES curve as elastic like this, while I make it, let's say, a bit more inelastic. Now, if you look at this, if this is your demand curve and this is your original and the old supply, and you have this price here and your quantity here, so you need to understand that if the supply goes down, if supply falls, let's say there's bad weather or something like, no, sorry, not bad weather. I mean, we have tax here, right? So tax is causing a rise in cost of production, and that basically results into, now you have this, the fact that your supply goes down from Q1 to Q2. This distance is representing a shortage. This is representing a shortage. And the price mechanism kicks in to eliminate the shortage by the price goes up, right? The market prices would go up, and obviously, you know, and so the thing is that you have to understand that the point is that the market price, there would be an upward pressure on prices because of the shortage. And because of that upward pressure, we would see that there would be an extension in demand, and there would be a contraction in demand, my bad, and an extension in supply. And we see that we actually move back all the way to this particular healthy, good, stable equilibrium. Let's call it equilibrium B. This was A. Let's call it C. So this was A, this is B, and then you have C, right? Now, the thing is, you have to understand that if the price is going up, first of all, if the price is going up, right? So if the price is going up, then we know that supply is elastic. And the equilibrium has to move over here. Now we know that supply is elastic, which means that producers could easily respond. A small increase in price could cause a large jump in supply, which means, but the demand is inelastic. So in order to make sure that the demand matches supply back again, the price has to go up significantly high, because the demand is inelastic while supply is elastic, right? So price would have to ensure, so the market would have to ensure that the price goes up significantly high to pull back on demand, because demand is unresponsive to price. It's inelastic. So demand has to go up by a lot in order to cause even a small reduction in price. And that is exactly why we see that despite the fact that price goes up, I mean, quantity demanded isn't really going to respond that much. But your supply is quite responsive, and your supply would ultimately match demand back up again at this particular price. And point is कि अगर यहाँ पे supply, if supply had been inelastic, then supply would never have been able to reach at point C. Your supply wouldn't have been able to reach at point C at P2. So at P2, supply wouldn't really have been able to reach at point C. It is only because of elastic supply that your price has gone up significantly. You see, the point is that you are actually trying to pull down demand, and the only way to pull down demand is to increase price. That's the only way to ration the demand, the shortage. And so price has to go up significantly to pull down demand. And in order to pull down demand, you need to pull down demand, and that would cause your sort of supply, your demand to contract, and your price would go up. And that would mean that you have the greatest increase in price. So two things are happening here. The price has gone up significantly, and the quantity really hasn't sort of gone down. So what we're seeing over here is that the price has gone up while the quantity hasn't really gone down. So what we're trying to say is that the question was talking about कि भाई कहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा where would we have the greatest reduction in consumer surplus? And the greatest reduction in consumer surplus would only happen when you have the greatest increase in price. And the greatest increase in price would only happen when your demand is firstly inelastic, because that would mean that price would have to go up significantly to bring down demand. And because your supply is elastic, your production would quickly ramp up. And because your supply is elastic, it would also ensure that production stays close to the original quantity. So technically we have a higher price but a lower quantity, and that is exactly why it is causing the greatest reduction in consumer surplus. Okay, so now let's move on to part. Let's now move on to variant 2. Okay, let's discuss variant 2 now. The first question for variant 2. Let's now move on to variant 2. Okay. The first question says scarcity means that goods need to be rationed between competing consumers. That goods need to be rationed between competing consumers. And guys, is everyone there? So it means that goods need to be rationed between competing consumers, and what that means is that which basis for rationing is most likely to result in equal distribution of income. What would be the answer, guys? Come on, let's start. We're starting with variant 2 now. Gee, kya answer? What's the answer for question number 1? I would want you guys to quickly tell me the answer to question number 1. 1 should be Simran Iftikhar says the correct answer is A, which is not correct, Simran. The correct answer is not A. The correct answer should be C for Charlie, political decision, because the simple reason is that it would be a political decision because the government would allocate it, and the government will make sure that it is, the rationing is more equitable and it just results in more equality, because the government will ration it. Otherwise, all the other methods of rationing, consumer preference, seller preference, market prices. As far as consumer preference is concerned, then this would definitely not reflect fairness, but this would reflect that Mr. A just wants, I don't know, maybe 10 bags of rice, so just give it to him. Mr. B wants only 1, then just give it to him. So this isn't really, I mean, some of the people would want all the bags, so consumer preference is reflecting wants, so it's not fairness here. Market price will lead to efficient allocation of resources, but it will not lead to equal allocation or equal distribution. So it will lead to unequal allocation of resources. Although market price is more efficient because it automatically ensures that people who value the good the most, they are able to buy it, and who are willing to pay that price are able to buy the good. So market price would automatically ration out the shortage. Seller preferences, maybe if you talk about seller preferences, then seller preferences would also favor those people who are just willing to pay a high price. And seller preferences would also have a underlying profit motive, and it would not result in equity or something. So it has to be a political decision, because the government's allocation would lead to ensure equality. Even if the government system of rationing is not efficient, that's okay. Even if it's not efficient, it will be equity or equality hogi us system mein. There would be equality and equity. Question number 2 says, in which aspect is the planned economy likely to offer more than the market economy? Question number 2, the answer to question number 2 is David. Definitely market economies jo hoti hain, they're more socialist systems. They prioritize job security, stable incomes, basic needs. So David has to be the correct answer option. Correct. Question number 3 says line XX is the production possibility of a worker picking peas and beans in a 10-hour working day. What would cause the PPC to shift to line YY? Yes, isko देखें. हमारा current PPC XX है, and then it shifts to YY. What would cause the PPC to shift to line YY? G. The correct answer for question number 3 has to be C for Charlie. Reduction in working hours to 8 per day, because when the working hours would reduce to 8 per day, so basically technically देखें आपकी इस वक्त XX है, right? So अगर आप working hours कम कर देंगे तो it is going to reduce pea production and bean production as well. So obviously production possibility curve has to shift inwards parallel if you reduce the working hours per day. But right, Okay, but the thing is that it says a machine that increases a worker's P productivity. So simultaneously, your P productivity is increasing, and let's say that it is increasing, it's going to offset that effect, and so definitely the quantity of peas picked per day would go up then. So although the quantity of beans picked per day, the potential to pick the beans will reduce from here all the way till here, but instead of what will happen is that the PPC would actually shift, but it would be like this. So इसको बोलते हैं asymmetric. I mean, PPC is shifting, but it is asymmetrical to I mean got it? It is asymmetrical. PPC shifts asymmetrical to YY, right? And that's why. So that is why question number 3C is the correct answer. Okay, got it? Comments में कुछ किसी को confusion तो नहीं है? Question number 4 छोड़ दें. Question number 4 is a money question. It is moved to A2, so this question shouldn't be tested. I mean, this question is out of your AS syllabus. Question number 5 says, how would an economist establish the market demand curve for a private good? Very easy question. Market demand curve is just the sum of individual demand curves, the horizontal sum. So the correct answer is B. Got it? Question number 6 says D1 and S1 are the initial demand and supply curves for a normal product. They then change to D2, S2. Which pair of changes would result in market equilibrium for a product changing from X1 to X2? So your demand is going up. X1 to X2 में क्या हो रहा है? Your demand is going up, your supply is going up. So demand is going up, supply is going up. Let's look at the factors that could affect demand and supply. So the correct answer to question number 6 should be a fall in the price of raw materials would increase supply. So this is going to increase supply. And a decrease in the price of a complementary good would increase the demand for your other complement. So definitely A should be the correct answer. Okay? Question number 6 has to be A for alpha. It can't be boy, Faizan. It can't be boy. Increase in average consumer incomes. Higher incomes may raise demand, but indirect taxes is going to reduce supply. So it can't be B. In our question, supply is going up. Question number 7 says, this is AS stream. Question number 7 says, the table gives a set of price and cross price elasticities for 4 commodities, W, X, Y, and Z. Which pairs of commodities are complements? So with respect to the price of W, right? I mean, you have the XCD for all these different commodities of goods. So which pair of commodities are complements? You have to understand that for complements you need to have a negative cross price elasticity, and a negative cross price elasticity means that if the price of one good is going up, then the demand for the other good has to go down. So there has to be a negative cross price elasticity. So the correct answer has to be A, because if you look at W and X, so you have W and then you have X. So with respect to W and X, you have a negative cross price elasticity, and even with X and W, you have a negative cross price elasticity. So चाहे आप उसको with respect to the price of W को change करें and you look at the demand for X, or with respect to the price of X and you look at the demand for W, it has a negative cross price elasticity. And W and Z, if you look at W and Z, so with respect to the change in the price, with respect to the price of W, if you look at Z, then it has a negative cross price elasticity. And if you look at the price of Z and then you look at W, so again you have a negative cross price elasticity, right? But बाकी सारे options में negative दोनों, I mean, the combinations doesn't really gives you a negative cross price elasticity, it gives you positive. Let's say if you look at answer option B, W and Y. Now W and Y, if you look at the price with respect to the price of W, you look at the XCD. If you're calculating the XCD on Y, which means that you're looking at the percentage change in the quantity demanded for Y with respect to the change in the price of W. So positive आ रहा है, which is indicating a substitute, not a complement. हमें तो complement चाहिए, so we need a negative XCD. X and Y को भी अगर हम देख लें with respect to the change in the price of X, if you look at Y, again positive आ रहा है. And so on and so forth, you can look at all those other values. So the correct answer option for question number 7 is A. Understood? सही है? Understood? Guys, have you understood? Noor Zubair says she has understood. Fazan has given the right answer already. Okay, let's move on. Okay, guys, question number 8 says the price elasticity of demand for a product is constant and equal to unity. ठीक है? Unity price elastic. Which curve in the diagram shows the relationship between total expenditure on the product and its price? Question number 8. Come on, guys. We need to finish things. You know, you need to develop the temperament of sitting for some certain number of hours and doing things. I mean, you guys don't have a lot of patience with respect to a lot of study stamina because you just need things to be winded up quickly, and we need more MCQ practice. So question number 8, the correct answer has to be C for Charlie, because whenever the obviously, because यहाँ पे price, you can clearly see the price and the total expenditure is given here, right? So as the price goes up, the total expenditure is constant at whatever dollars this is, right? Because when the demand is unitary elastic, the total expenditure and revenue stays the same. The total expenditure for the consumers and revenue for the firm. So if PED is equal to 1, total expenditure stays constant regardless of the price changes. ठीक हो गया? And graphically, this has to be a horizontal line, across the total expenditure axis. Question number 9 says the bottle making business announced it had introduced a new production system. As a result, the quantity produced per week could be increased or reduced much more easily when the price of bottles changed. What term describes this change? Question number 9. Ten seconds are up. The correct answer for question number 9 has to be David. Pretty simple. New production system, hai na? So new production system would just allow more flexibility. It would boost supply very quickly because it will increase the PES. So it would just result into a more elastic supply, and that is what makes David the correct answer. Yes, Simran, David is the correct answer. Question number 10 says, okay, I need a calculator for this. Question number 10 says the supply function for a good can be written as Q equals to 2P plus 10, where Q is quantity and P is price. The price falls from 15 to 20. ठीक है, अब वो कह रहे हैं कि just calculate the price elasticity in what range it. So just calculate the price elasticity of value. I'll tell you how to do this. So you have the old price. You need to find out the old quantity. Fine. Sorry, my bad. इसको ऐसे लिख लेते हैं. Let's look at P1, P2, Q1, Q2. Let's do it like this. So P1 is 15 and then P2 is 10. My bad. 15 and 10. So 15 pe what is G, so 15 के ऊपर can you calculate the quantity for can you calculate the quantity for me, guys? It's just very simple. Q equals to 2P plus 10. So quantity equals to 2 times 15 plus 10, which is 40. So at a price of P1, right? At a price of P1 and Q1. So you have $15 is the original price and the original quantity comes to 40 units, right? And then if you look at P2, Q2, P2 is $10, and I want you to do the same for just put in the value of $10 into this particular supply equation, and then calculate the value of quantity, the new quantity, and that should come up to 2 times 10 plus 10. That is how much? That is have I made a mistake? सही किया, right? कितना आएगा? 30 आएगा ना? सही किया ना? 30. So can you calculate the PES? The PES is simple: percentage change in the price upon percentage change in the quantity. And if you apply the values in the PES formula, it's pretty simple. Percentage change in price is new minus old upon old times 100. And you'll just see that 10 minus 15 upon 15 times 100 divided by 30 minus 40 upon 40 times 100. And तो आपके पास वैल्यू आएगी, आई थिंक कितनी आ रही है? 0.75 आ रही है. दैट शुड फॉल टू सी, बिकॉज बाकी सारी जो वैल्यूज़ हैं, आई मीन दे आर नॉट इन दैट रेंज. मतलब 1/6 to this is like 0.16 and this is 0.25, and this is ये 3/8 to 1/2 है ना, तो 1/2 is 0.5 and 3/4 is 0.75, I guess, right? Yeah. And ये तो छोड़ी थी ना, ये तो 1 से बड़ा वैल्यू आएगी. So again the correct answer has to be C. Okay, आपकी जो PS की वैल्यू आ रही है, that is lying in this particular range. Got it? Clear है? Are we good for this question? Should I move? ठीक है? That's how you need to do. मतलब if you look at these values, 1/6 to 1.5, 1/4 simply means that आपकी जो elasticity की value है, that is in the range of 1.16 to 0.25. If you look at answer option B, 3/8 is, I don't know, 0.375 to 0.50, right? And this is I don't know, 0.67 to 0.75. So our elasticity value is 0.75. This is our PES coefficient. I mean the absolute value on the PES. So it has to be 0.7. The answer has to be Charlie. Question number 11 says a local government is deciding whether to increase the parking charges and provide more lanes for bus use only. One official said that the increase in parking charges should cause more bus travel. A second official said that an increase in frequency of bus services will not cause demand for bus travel to rise. Are these official statements correct or incorrect? ठीक है? Are they correct or incorrect? So what would be the correct answer? Question number 11. What would be the correct answer for question number 11? Guys, the correct answer for question number 11 would be boy. The first statement is correct, the second statement is incorrect, and the reason is that higher parking charges see, higher parking charges, guys, would, yeah, so everyone there, so higher parking charges would mean there would be more bus travel, which is true. Why? Because there would be a substitution effect at play, because it would make car traveling costlier, it would make car traveling expensive, which would increase the demand for substitutes like buses. So yes, the demand for buses would increase and it would cause more bus travel. So this statement is correct. A second official said that an increase in the frequency of bus services will not cause the demand for bus travel to rise, which is incorrect. Because if you increase the frequency, increasing the frequency of bus services just means that more buses are traveling on the same route, right? So if if the bus service is more frequent, it's not like if you stand on the bus stop at 9 a.m., you have to wait for the second bus at 3 p.m. Like every 5-10 minutes, new buses are coming. So if you increase the frequency, it will raise demand because it's a non-price factor. Increasing the frequency of bus services would raise the demand. It will shift the demand curve outward. It's a non-price factor because frequency improvement would raise convenience for people who would want to travel by bus, right? So frequency improvement would raise convenience, and it's a non-price factor for shifting demand for bus travel to the right, and demand should increase. So option B, that is correct and incorrect. ठीक हो गया. I do not know till when will the class continue. I have the plan of doing up till variant 3 because tomorrow I need to do November 17. So I would appreciate that you guys, instead of asking me till when will the class go, because we don't know, I can end the class right now, but it's your loss. So yeah, it's up to you. Question number 12 says, what would prevent the operation of the market mechanism's rationing function? Very good, Faizan. Boy is the correct answer. Boy is the correct answer. Price controls, because the rationing function of the market means that prices allocate scarce resources. See, rationing function of the market means that prices allocate your goods or scarce resources to those who value them the most. Now, scarce resources हमारे पास यहाँ पे goods हैं. So whoever values them the most gets those goods, right? And the rationing function makes sure. The fact that there's an upward pressure on prices in a shortage. See, if you have a shortage and there's an upward pressure on prices, so the rationing function is kicking in, meaning that it will make sure that demand matches available supply. But a price control would mean that if you have a price control, right, and a price control would cause a shortage, and it would just keep on, and the shortage will not eliminate on its own. The price, there won't be any upward pressure or a downward pressure on prices. Shortage with upward pressure hoga na. So if you have a shortage, let's say if you have a minimum price, so definitely if you have a maximum price, then in a maximum price you will have a shortage. Let's say you have a maximum price, then in that case you will have a shortage. Now this is a shortage, right? This is a shortage. And the prices need to go up in order to ration out this shortage. Because when prices goes up and it reaches equilibrium back here at point A, the demand contracts while supply expands, and the demand matches available supply. That's what the rationing function actually is. It reduces the demand and makes it equal to the available supply. That's what rationing does. But the point is that it's a price control. The government has controlled the price. It's in government's hand. The price can't go on its own now anymore. So the price control is going to prevent the operation of the market mechanism's rationing function. Clear? So up to question number 12 has to be boy. Tomorrow हम करेंगे tomorrow we will be doing 2017 का November का paper. ठीक है? So all the variants will have different sort of questions. They will test different skills. There's a possibility that in one of the variants you score 27. That doesn't really mean that you are doing better, because we have data suggests that a student gets 27 in one variant, in the next variant they get a 19. So it depends on the question as well. Question number 13. So practice. Question number 13 says the diagram shows the demand. So tomorrow it's November 17, and by the way, on my Instagram I've already posted that it's November 17. So today is June 17, tomorrow it's November 17, then it will be June 18. The diagram shows the demand and supply curves. Eid में बहुत time है अभी. Just forget Eid अभी. We have a lot of time. This is what you guys do. Focus on what's happening right now. The diagram shows demand and supply curves for a good during a certain period. The market price is shown by P and Q. The P and the quantity traded by point M. Which area indicates a producer surplus? This is pretty easy. Question number 13, sweet and simple. I'm not going to be spending a lot of time here. Question 13 should be David, PXP. Producer surplus is the area above the price, below the supply. So it has to be David. 13 has to be David. This is your producer surplus. Question number 14. A specific tax is placed on the sale of bottles of lemonade. In the diagram, SS is the supply curve before the imposition of tax, and ST is the supply curve after the tax. So this is your supply curve after the tax. Which distance represents the specific tax on each bottle? Remember that the vertical distance between these two supply curves represents the amount of tax per unit, because supply actually captures the cost of producing each additional unit. It just captures the marginal cost, and the marginal cost goes up, which means that the marginal cost goes up not because raw material is expensive, not because wages are being paid more, not because electricity is expensive, but because it's a tax that the producer has to pay. And so that simply shifts the marginal cost up, parallel up, because for every particular unit you have to pay a tax. WT represents the tax per unit. Simple. 14 has to be boy. Is 14 B? Yes, it is B. 15. A market is in equilibrium at point X. Or मैं आपको, I'm going to be emphasizing that you guys have worked a lot on paper 2. If you guys just go easy on paper 1, then you're screwed. You have to go hard on paper 1. You have to go all in, all out on paper 1. You have to make sure that you get that A. Students overestimate their performance in paper 2. I shared the marking scheme of paper 2 with my students. Some of them were like, oh, oops, oh, you know what? We had to write this. Oh, oops, okay. Oh my God, I think I didn't write this. Okay, I'm screwed. So a lot of students did have that feeling as well. So you have to make sure that your paper 1 is, your game on paper 1. Question number 15 says the market is in equilibrium at point X. The government then subsidizes both consumers and producers by direct payments. So the government is subsidizing consumers and producers by direct. So abhi se, I'm going to be telling you, book your whole week all the way up till 9th of June. 9 p.m. till 12 a.m. You have just book that time, and just book that time from 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. and just get your, just get food ready with you. It should be on your desk in your room. Maybe drinks, popcorn. Sahi hai? And okay. Hello Fatim. Assalamu alaikum. I hope you did well in your paper. IGCSE. A market is in equilibrium at point X. The government then subsidizes both consumers and producers by direct payments. What will be the new equilibrium position? So the new equilibrium position for question number 15 would be your demand would be increasing, and so would your supply. Supply would shift to the right, and so would the demand shift to the right. But the question is, why would this demand shift to the right? The demand would shift to the right because you're giving a subsidy to consumers as well. So a subsidy given to a consumer increases demand because it's a direct cash payment to the consumer. It's like me giving you $100 to actually buy that, right? So for example, a food subsidy given to consumers, right? So a food subsidy given to consumer is, usually these subsidies are given as part of government's fiscal policy, fiscal injection basically. But anyways, subsidy will shift the demand to the right and supply to the right as well. Again, the answer should be points. The C should be the correct answer. C would be the correct answer. Okay, question 15C. Question 16, which is a transfer payment? 16. Guys, 16, which is a transfer payment? 16 answer is A, an annual allowance paid by an individual to a grandchild. Why? Why is it A? पहले देख लेते हैं why is it A? Because you see, a transfer payment involves no exchange of goods and services, right? So it's just a redistribution of income. A transfer payment is a redistribution of income. So if you're giving a gift or an allowance in terms of cash to a grandchild, it's a non-market transaction. The child is not producing anything in return and not selling it. So it's not an economic transaction there's no exchange taking place. It's purely income redistribution. Income is going from this grandmother or grandfather to the grandchild, right? That's what a transfer of payment. That's what a transfer payment is. Bonus is earned. Bonus जो होती है ना, one-off bonus paid to an employee for a special contribution to firm's profits. ये नहीं होगा because bonus is an income that you earn based on how productive you are. So You're obviously producing something in return. You're productive. So this is an economic thing, economic transaction. ठीक है, C and D भी नहीं है. I mean, I'm sure C and D, you guys understand why C and D is not the answer. Okay. Question number 17 says, what is an example of direct provision of goods and what is an example of direct public provision of goods and services? So direct provision, direct public provision. The correct answer is BOY, a mobile government library that travels to rural villages offering access to books. So this is the correct answer because the government is making sure that this is all the expenses are borne by the government. So it's direct provision because the government will produce it, it will deliver it. It will just make sure that it does it on its own. And this mobile library is publicly owned by the government and the state, and it is operated by the state as well. It's a classic example of public provision. इसमें बहुत सारे बच्चों ने, I mean, a lot of students opted for A. They said it's a charity hospital. Now charity hospital is private sector. Even if the charity hospital is non-profit, it's still a private sector thing. Government hospital or a government thing providing free of cost is not charity. This is not charity. इसको हम charity नहीं बोलते. Charity is something that is private sector thing being provided free as a charity. So the government providing free something or the government providing goods and services is not charity. So charity hospital is a private sector thing even if it is non-profit. Pharmacy is a private sector business. Private school is a private provider. Even if the private school is offering scholarships, that doesn't make it government provision. Question number 18 says, what would supporters of nationalized public transport expect to be the most likely outcome from the privatization of train and bus services? Question number 18 says, so question number 18 would be A, because once you privatize it, so because you see this question, here question number 18 would be A, not C. Because you see supporters of nationalization would believe that, you know, public ownership would ensure access to unprofitable routes as well, right? Creating more social equity. But once you privatize, then unprofitable routes, the transport will not travel on or will not go on unprofitable routes. It will only go on profitable routes. Supporters of nationalization would believe that public ownership would mean that, you know, it also ensures access to unprofitable routes. So definitely privatization may lead to some route cuts or less routes, especially in low profit areas in order to maximize returns. That's what privatization does, right? So obviously, I mean, A is the correct answer. Simran says, do MCQs get repeated? Yes, Simran, MCQs get repeated. And honestly, if you do all the variants, Feb, March, May, June, because that's what I'm doing. I mean, that's the main reason. I mean, MCQs that get repeated. Hi, when are you going to do A2 macroeconomic playlist? Why would I do the A2 macroeconomic playlist, dude? A2 macroeconomics is done. It's dusted. Paper 4 ho chuka hai. The only thing that I'm going to be doing is paper 3 now. And that too from the 1st of June. Okay, quality of the services. Quality of the services का option नहीं है यहाँ पे. Question number 19 says AD क्यों shift हो रहा है? बहुत simple question है, foreign करने वाला question है, less than like I don't know maybe 10-15 seconds. The answer is David, an increase in money supply. We know that expansionary monetary policy was shifted outwards. No, you know, if you 10 questions though, 10 questions would be very, 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 very simple. 10 questions would be straight up. 10 questions would be straight up, right? Straight up, full, like 10 on 30 is like very easy to score. Fatim Khan, I would recommend that you focus on paper 1 now. Which statement is correct about changing price levels? Question number 20 says, which statement is correct about changing price? देखिए यहाँ पे इसके, I mean, these questions are difficult. From 20 to 30 इस पेपर में मुश्किल questions हैं, and variant 3 में भी कुछ technical questions हैं. Question 20 says, 20. Which statement about changing price level is correct? Yes, guys, come on. 20. Faizan Ahmad. Faizan Ahmad is like on a roller coaster. I mean, Faizan Ahmad is just doing, alhamdulillah, really well. Faizan, I wish you the best. I mean, you're giving most of the answers correct. Question 20. Anyone on a fixed income has rising real income during deflation? So definitely yes, rising real income hogi during deflation, because deflation mein prices are falling, purchasing power of fixed income is going up. I mean, purchasing power of fixed income people will go up, like pensioners jo hote hain, right? Or people on fixed daily wages. Got it? Question number 21. Which combination of events is most likely to cause inflation? Which combination of events is most likely to cause inflation? Again, a good question. Again, अच्छा देखें अब इस तरह okay guys, now I want you to teach you guys a trick for answering such questions. Now you guys know like for example, you have exchange rate, direct taxes, and money supply. Now you guys know that if money supply goes up, AD would rise, and then you will have demand pull inflation. Very easy, right? So money supply has to rise. Ignore the Ignore the first two columns. Just ignore them. Narrow down your answer options. So money supply has to increase for inflation to rise, right? So either the answer has to be C or D, because only in C and D money supply is rising. So you cut out A, you cut out B immediately. So that's what you do. Look at the easy option and then focus, right? So 21. Sorry, am I correct? Yeah. So no, sorry, my bad. It has to be either B or it has to be either B or D. No, it has to be either B or C. Okay, either B or either C. Okay, now let's look at other options. So now money supply has to be rising, we know that. Now let's look at the direct taxes. Obviously direct taxes has to be falling. So if money supply is rising, direct taxes have to be falling. So I will immediately mark B. Probably in the exam scenario, I might not look at exchange rate even, because I would not try to invest a lot of time in thinking about the link with exchange rate, because I immediately would know that, rising direct taxes can't cause inflation. Rising direct taxes is a contractionary fiscal policy, so definitely it will reduce inflation. So yeah, theek ho gaya. But again, exchange rate falling would obviously cause inflation as well, because when the exchange rate goes down, your price of exports goes down while the price of import goes up. Your currency becomes weaker. So in terms of for foreign residents, I mean, your exports become cheaper, so net exports go up, and that causes demand pull inflation, because net exports is a component of AD. Question number 22. Again, ये question बहुत बच्चों ने गलत किया था. I mean, this question is a tricky question. I'm telling you guys, the more you practice, the more you will be able to score. Hunzila says, why not D? Hunzila, it is not David, because firstly, for so many reasons, it's not David. Firstly, rising exchange rate will cause deflationary effects, because when the currency appreciates, the price of exports goes up while the price of imports goes down. So net exports will go down, and so your inflation will, it will have deflationary effects. Rising direct taxes will cause AD to go down, and falling money supply is also deflationary. So definitely it is not D. Question number 22 is a very good question. I want you guys, again, like I said, what can be concluded from the table आएगा, और ये last के आपके जो 7-8 questions होते हैं उसी में से होगा. The last 7-8 questions would most probably be on what can be concluded on the table, and these sort of questions usually students get wrong. So you need to focus on how to do these questions. I want you to read this question. I will explain it to you if needed. But let's see what the answer is. Try to focus on it and let's see if you can do it or not. Right? You guys need practice for MCQs. अच्छा, एक चीज़ मैं आपको और बताऊँ. मैंने एक चीज़ बहुत realize की है. And over the years I've realized that a lot of students probably they have this expectation that they're doing really well in mocks, in their college mocks. And usually college mocks में आपके papers easy होते हैं. If you see college mocks में easy होते हैं papers, and students usually end up getting good marks in paper 1, and they have that expectation that okay fine, that's how other papers are going to, CI papers are going to be. But you can see yourself, by the way. I mean, when you opened the past papers in the last month for paper 2, you guys got screwed up, most of you. Like, oh, you know what? They're asking a question on the importance of XCD for the government. Hello, we've only studied XCD with respect to producer or consumer. What the hell is government? Right? Why are they asking a question on budget surplus? Is a budget surplus more important than is needed than budget deficit or a balanced budget? What are they even asking? So you guys have gone through it, and because you learn from that experience, my job is to advise you and guide you that don't have that preset narrative about something. Practice the MCQs if you want to score the best. And the correct answer for question number 22 is C for Charlie. Singapore had a trade surplus with New Zealand in 2001. And the reason is, you see, if you look at, now let's look at this. So pehli cheez to ye hai that, the question says Singapore exports to New Zealand. So Singapore exports to New Zealand in Singaporean dollars is 508, and Singaporean imports from New Zealand is 331, right? So definitely it means that Singapore is exporting more. Singapore is exporting more to New Zealand as compared to Singapore importing from New Zealand. So Singapore has a trade surplus with New Zealand. Now you need to understand, if you guys have studied current account chapter in your college or from wherever you guys are taking tuitions, or if you are not taking tuitions, you guys must have studied that when we are recording the BOP is recorded in domestic currency. So for us, these values are important. But even if we look at these values, still if you look at so primarily these values are important for us because the trade surplus or trade deficit, Singapore would record the exports and the imports in its own balance of payment of the current account. The current account is the balance of payment in the domestic currency, right? So definitely Singapore had a trade surplus with New Zealand in 2001, right? So that is simple because exports were more than imports. So Singapore had a trade surplus with New Zealand in 2001. So C is the correct answer. But let's see why is A, B and D not the correct answer. Let's see if we in an exam situation, if we are not able to arrive at C, then what will happen? If in an exam situation we are not able to arrive at C, then what will happen? Agar hum C tak, if you're not able to arrive at C, then what will happen? So let's look at why is A not the correct answer. Could anyone tell me why is A not the correct answer? A is not the correct answer because it says New Zealand gained more than Singapore from the trade agreement. Now, this is not really clear. We can't really judge based. So there's no clear information as who gained more from the trade agreement. There's no clear information regarding that as who gained more. Uska reason ye hai that we don't really have the values, the old values regarding how much was the trade surplus or deficit with respect to New Zealand. So we can't really be 100% sure regarding whether we gained more or not, because this depends upon a lot of other factors as well, right? So we don't have, there's no clear information as who gained more, as in who gained more. Okay? So A is not correct. A is out of the equation. If you look at B, New Zealand's trade position with Singapore improved in 2001, which is incorrect because New Zealand's trade position did not improve. New Zealand's trade position with Singapore actually worsened. New Zealand's trade position worsened in 2001 because New Zealand's exports fell by 17%. Okay guys, I want you to focus on this. Look at this. It says percentage change from 2000. It says percentage change from 2000. And Singapore's export to New Zealand, Singapore's exports to New Zealand has increased by 20%. Got it? Which means that Singapore is exporting more to New Zealand, which means that New Zealand is importing more from Singapore by 20%. So this year in 2001, New Zealand was importing 20% more from Singapore. Now look at the second thing. While Singapore imports from New Zealand, the Singapore's imports from New Zealand are New Zealand's export to Singapore. So New Zealand's export to Singapore are going down by 17%. So New Zealand's export to Singapore are going down by 17%, while New Zealand's imports from Singapore are going up by 20%, which means that the trade position for New Zealand is not improving, it is worsening. So B is incorrect as well. अब C छोड़ देते हैं, D पे आते हैं. Let's look at D. The exchange rate was approximately 1 to 1.2, which is incorrect as well because आप exchange rate निकाल सकते हैं. Singapore's exports to New Zealand is 508 in Singaporean dollar, but in New Zealand dollar this is 618. You can clearly calculate the exchange rate in 2001. which is not, because if the exchange rate 2001 is for one New Zealand dollar, you get 1.2 Singaporean dollar, which means that if so for 618 New Zealand dollar, how many Singaporean dollars will you get? I'll repeat the question. If for every New Zealand dollar you get 1.2 Singaporean dollar, then for 618 New Zealand dollar, how much Singaporean dollar will you get? 618 times 1.2, which should be more than 6.8, and that is not correct. Similarly, 403 times 1.2, which should be more than 331, which is not correct as well. So you have, this is the wrong answer as well, which means that we are only left with C. So even if we don't understand C in the exam, we'll mark C as the correct answer, because in an exam situation, you just need to mark the right answer. So at times, there will be times in the exam that you are not able to figure out the right answer, but you are able to make sense that this is the wrong answer. So just then eliminate that, narrow down the options, and then yeah. But obviously right now we are practicing, so definitely I have explained why is C the correct answer. Are we good? Got it, guys? Question number 22, option C. Why is option C the correct answer? Got it? Question number 23 is a question on trade weighted exchange rate, and trade weighted exchange rate has been moved to the A2 syllabus. So this is, you don't need to do that. By the way, I have an MCQ video. You can on YouTube just write MCQ syllabus changes 2023 paper 1 Adil Usman. Even if you write MCQ syllabus changes Adil Usman, it will automatically give you the link. Watch that video, because in 2023 a lot of the AS topics were moved to A2 and some of the A2 topics were moved to AS. So that video is a comprehensive guide on what you have to do, what MCQs you have to practice, what you don't have to practice. So do watch that video and share that video so that everyone can benefit. Question number 24 is an exchange rate question. In the diagram, D1, S1 are initial supply demand curves of the pound sterling on the forex market. Now usually the students who leave topics thinking, it's not relevant, or we'll leave the topic of exchange rate in paper 2, they are the ones who struggle in MCQs. They screw their grades. Simply they screw their grades. So you guys have time. If any topic of you, if your any topic is weak, make sure that you make it strong. 24 the answer to question number 24 has, what is the answer to question number 24? 24 says the demand is shifting to the right and the supply is shifting to the left. So demand for pounds is going up. This is the price of pound in dollars, right? And the quantity of it. So this is the demand and supply of pound in the foreign exchange market. It's just telling you how much pound is being demanded and how much pound is being supplied. So the demand for pound, sorry, to many euros bana diya, but the demand for pounds is actually going up while the supply of pounds is going down, right? Yeah. So question number 24 says, कब हो सकता है? So the correct answer has to be C for Charlie, and an increase in the price level of other countries. Why? Because when the price level would increase in other countries, it would make UK exports relatively more competitive. So demand for pounds will go up. People would buy from UK, not from other countries. While UK residents would also import less from other countries. So if they would import less from other countries, because other countries there's inflation in other countries, so they would buy locally from UK. It's not that UK goods are becoming cheaper, it's just UK goods are relatively becoming cheaper in relative terms. So the supply of pounds will go down now, because a lot of those people who were importing from other countries will now not import from other countries, and they would switch to UK goods. Not all, but some. But still we will witness a supply fall of pounds, and so C is the correct answer. Question number 25. A country's terms of trade stands at 150. Base year 100. Since 2000, the average price the country has received has increased by 20%. So what has been the change in the average price of imports? G. Question 25. Could you guys solve question 25? Yes, what would be the correct answer for question number 25? Yes, guys, question 25, the correct answer for question number 25 would be, the correct answer for question number 25 has to be, let's find out. So the TOT, the formula for TOT is average price the index of export price upon the index of import prices, and times 100 because you need to convert these values, or the ratio of the export price index upon the import price index into an index number. That's what 100 is. It's not a percentage. Got it? So let's say that in base year is 2000. So in base year the TOT is 100, which means that, let's say that the index of export price over import price is 100 over 100 times 100. So the index of export price is also 100. Export price index is also 100. Import price index is also 100. So you have 100 as the TOT, right? And then it says that the new TOT, that the TOT into the TOT the next year is how much? It's 150. So 150 equals to, it says that export prices has gone up by 20%. So 100 was the export price in the base year. 100 was the export price index in the base year. And the export price index has gone up by 20%, which means that the overall export prices have gone up by 20% for a relatively large basket of exports. And we have converted all those export prices into an index number. So our export prices are now the index of export prices is 120. Divide by the index of import prices X times 100. And so calculate the value of X, and the value of X should be how much? 120 times 100 is, how much is the answer? It should be 8. So the import price index is actually 80. So the import price index was initially 100. It then fell to 80, which means that it is falling by 20%. So it has to be boy. The import price index was 100 in the base year. It fell to 80. So it has to be boy. Are we good? Yes, Hunzala, Samir, you are right. It has to be B. Faizan, correct. It has to be B. Oh, question number 26 says, the table shows the ability of two countries P and Q to produce two goods Y and Z. Production of good Y per person, production of good Z per person. Which statement is correct? P has an absolute advantage. Okay, अब देखें. Okay, so बहुत simple. Country P ले लेते हैं, country Q. Let's take country P. Let's take country Q. Production of good Y दिया हुआ है. You have production of good Y, then you have production of good Z. ठीक है? And you have 1800, and you have 1500, and you have 2800, and you have 2000, which clearly means that country P has an absolute advantage in both Y and Z. Country P has an absolute advantage in both Y and Z because it can make Y and Z with more. It can make more Y and Z using the same factors of production, and the production of Y and Z is also per person, so it's just giving the right ratios to us. So P has an absolute advantage in both Y and Z. So P has an absolute advantage in both Y and Z, which means that the answer has to be either A or B. And I'll tell you why the answer has to be A or B. Because in A it says P has an absolute advantage in Y. Let's leave the second part of the equation. There's the second part of the statement. It says P has an absolute advantage in Z. So obviously we know that P has an absolute advantage in both Y and Z. Okay? It can't be C. It can't be C. It can't be D, because C and D says Q has a comparative advantage. Sorry. It can't be C because it says P has a comparative advantage in Y and Q has a comparative advantage in Z. It can't be possible. I mean, it can be. We need to figure that out. We can't really rule out C right now, but we can rule out D because it says Q has an absolute advantage in Y, and Q does not have an absolute advantage in Y. So we can rule out D at the moment. We can't really rule out C at the moment. We need to check about A and B. So now we need to find out the comparative advantage, right? Oh, by the way, we can rule out A as well. Sorry, because the second part of the question says Q has an absolute advantage in Z. So Q does not have an absolute advantage in anything. So Q does not have an absolute advantage. It's only P that has an absolute advantage in both Y and Z. So we can rule out A and B, and let's look at comparative advantage now. So for comparative advantage, we need to look at which country has a comparative advantage. So we need to find out that whether Q has a comparative advantage in Y or whether Q has a comparative advantage in Z. So we'll actually So we need to find out whether Q has a competitive advantage in Z, or whether Q has a competitive advantage in Y, or whether P has a competitive advantage in Y. So we need to figure these things out now. And how will we do that? We'll do that by looking at the opportunity cost ratios. That's what David Ricardo taught us. And so let's look at Y and Z. 2800 divided by 1800 is how much? 2800 divided by 1800 is 1.5. So for every one Y, country P would forego 1.5 Z, and for every one Y, country Z would forego 1.3 Z. So country Q has an comparative advantage in Y, because it can actually produce the same Y by foregoing less of Z. So country Q has a comparative advantage in Y. So in which answer option is this true? This is true in B. Q has a comparative advantage in Y and P has an absolute advantage in Z. So B is the correct answer. Okay guys, that's what the correct answer is. 27, which government policy should be considered a protectionist policy? Protectionist policy may, so what is a protectionist policy? 27 should be David. Subsidies paid to domestic producers, because subsidies paid to domestic producers would aim to sort of shield your domestic producers from foreign competition by artificially lowering subsidy, by lowering the domestic production cost, making their goods cheaper, reducing imports. Because when the price of domestic goods goes down, people would buy less imports. So that's what it does. 27 is David. 28 says the government of a country plans to raise income taxes. The initial equilibrium for the country is represented by point X on the diagram. Which new equilibrium point would an economist predict as a result? Fazan, can you explain imposition of controls on capital outflows? देखिए capital outflow would affect investment. Imposition of controls on capital outflows. Capital outflows is a financial investment that comes in the financial account. Capital outflows you have like hot money outflows, portfolio investments that you make. You're just taking that money out of the country and shifting it back. Remember the capital inflows and outflows we talked about in our videos? That's why. So capital outflows would affect your financial investments, portfolio investments, hot money inflows, outflows. So these short-term flows that come under financial account. It wouldn't affect your trade directly. It wouldn't affect exports and imports. We're talking about exports and imports here. Protectionist policy is about exports and imports. Okay, got it? Question 28. Government raises income taxes. Which equilibrium? क्या होगा? What would be the new equilibrium point? Higher income taxes is an contractionary fiscal policy. Because it lowers disposable income, reduces consumption, AD shifts to the left. So the correct answer has to be David. AD shifts outwards. There is no impact on your supply. Question number 29 says, what is an example of expenditure dampening policy? Now, expenditure dampening policy is no more part of your AS syllabus, but expenditure dampening means to reduce the expenditure that is done on imports, and that's what you want to do. You just want to reduce the overall domestic expenditure in the economy because you want to fix your current account. You want to reduce your AD, so you want to reduce your expenditure. In 2023, they gave although the syllabus had changed, but in 2023 they did mention a question on expenditure dampening. Although CIs, I think, removed it later on. They do remove it later on once the final marking scheme is there. But expenditure dampening is just, you're reducing overall expenditure in the economy because you want to dampen your AD by introducing deflationary dampening policies so that economic growth goes down, and that also reduces imports. So 29 has to be raising income taxes. So it has to be A, because when you raise income taxes, you reduce AD. When AD goes down, GDP goes down, growth goes down, and that reduces imports as well. You have to understand that imports has to do with domestic demand and domestic growth. Remember, I clearly remember teaching my students the first factor that affects imports was strong domestic demand. A strong domestic demand or strong domestic growth or strong domestic demand would mean higher imports. So you want to control that. Question 30, which is the last question, says a government is currently operating close to full employment. Which combination of macro policies would likely? अब यहाँ पे देखें, I mean, just don't be, just act rational. Just because you hear the word devaluation doesn't mean that such a question cannot come. Replace devaluation with depreciation and do the question. This can come like that. Replace sorry, my bad. कहीं revaluation भी तो है. So replace devaluation with depreciation, revaluation with appreciation. This is depreciation, this is appreciation, and do the question. Oh, I saw devaluation. I immediately shut it down. So, I mean, devaluation is just a deliberate government's reduction in exchange rate as compared to a depreciation that happens in a floating exchange rate. But still, although devaluation has been moved to A2, but such a question, if not with devaluation, they could replace it with depreciation and then economy. So which combination of macro policies would most likely have a net effect on have a net deflationary effects? G would have net deflationary effects, right? It would have net deflationary effects. What do you think it would have net deflationary effects? Which policies? So the correct answer, so first of all, income tax has to go up because you want to come up with a contractionary policy. A deflationary policy is a contractionary policy. You want to deflate the economy by reducing AD. So income tax has to go up because that reduces your disposable incomes and that reduces AD. So you want to increase income tax. So the answer, narrow down answer options, guys. Please don't start focusing on this one. Don't start focusing here. First, focus on income tax. That's easier. So you want to increase your income tax, which means that the answer has to be either C or D. Now, firstly, depreciation increases net exports, so it has to be David, because depreciation would reduce the price of exports and increase the price of imports. That would increase AD, not reduce AD. While appreciation of a currency would increase net exports, increase it. Sorry, ulta bol raha hu, I guess. While appreciation would increase the price of appreciation would increase the price of exports, reduce the price of imports, and this would cause net exports to fall, which is certainly a deflationary effect on AD. So it would mean that option D is the correct answer. G, we are done with variant 2 as well. Now let's move on to variant 3. Do you guys have the stamina for variant 3 right now? So see, if you guys stick with me for all these live streams till the end, we're going to be done with so many practice papers, and I'm really excited, and for all these questions, and because obviously my aim is just to make sure that students all over the world get the best what they can and they get the best possible grade. So definitely we're going to be doing, and by the way, variant 3 mein kuch mushkil questions hain. I mean, there are certain questions that are sort of technical in variant 3. This is variant 3, by the way. So let's do it, because the guys ab pura saal pad liya. I mean, you guys have studied so hard the whole year, and there's nothing else that you guys need to do, right? There's nothing else that you guys have to do. I mean, you guys are, I don't know. There's nothing. What will you guys do? There's nothing else. I mean, whatever you guys want to do can wait for 10, 11, 12 days. So let's do the best that we can. So let's take a 10-minute break. Come back. इसमें से easy वाले नहीं करेंगे, मुश्किल वाले करा दूँ. I mean, we'll do the difficult questions. Are we good? So we're taking a 10-minute break. I need a break. I need something to eat. I'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back. You guys take a break, and then we'll meet after like 10 minutes. Okay? Are we good? Let's do this paper. Let's end it. That's what they see. My mind is telling me not do it. Your mind is telling you not do it. But that's here we need to tell ourselves, no, we have to do it. And that's how you because what has to be done, whether you like it or not. So I don't want to do it either because I'm exhausted as well, but we will make sure that we do it. Okay, so but 10-minute break would be convenient. We need to do justice to our body as well. So let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back. Okay, guys, we are back in the game. Let's start with variant 3, and let's we'll try our level best that we do the best that we can. तो अल्लाह का नाम लेते हैं, शुरू करते हैं. ओके, सब रेडी हैं? Are we all ready? Start करें. Let's wind this question. Let's wind this paper up. We're back. Okay, let's start. Question number 1 says this is basically May June 2017 variant 3. What is an example of the use of ceteris paribus? Yes, question number 1. What is the answer to question number 1, guys? Question number 1 says question number 1. What is the example of ceteris paribus? G. What is an example of ceteris paribus? The correct answer is the correct answer is D for David. That is absolutely correct. Mr. Desire says D for David. That's correct. D for David is the correct answer. So क्योंकि ceteris paribus you see, ceteris paribus basically means that all other things being equal, right? So what ceteris paribus does is that it isolates one variable to study the effect. So you're going to take out one variable and then it's going to study its effect. And so D is correct because D says wage rates rise when the only change is a rise in price. So wage rates rise when the only change is a rise in price. When the only change is a rise in price, so wage rates rise because of multiple reasons, but it says wage rates rise because the only change is the rise in price. So it is isolating the effect of price rise on wages. It is isolating the effect of price rise on wages. Just like law of demand isolates the effect of price rise on quantity demanded. I mean, quantity demanded could rise due to multiple reasons because of non-price factors via demand shifts. But the ceteris paribus says, keeping all of the things constant, it wants to isolate the effect of a price rise or fall on demand. Correct? We are assuming everything price. I mean, I didn't understand what Fazan did say, but anyways. So that is, D is the correct answer. Okay? A, B and C, they don't show any one changing variable. I mean, they describe either no changes at all or simultaneously so many changes. So nothing ABC doesn't make sense. Okay? Question number 2 says, what is always true of a positive statement? So what is a positive statement? Guys, what is a positive statement? We know that a positive statement is basically a statement where what happens is that, a positive statement is a statement that can be tested. You can actually look at the evidence by testing that statement and then either reject it, accept it, or amend it, right? So positive statement can be tested. The reason why that statement is positive is that it can be tested. So boy is the correct answer. It is possible to test its validity. And if it's incorrect, then it's incorrect based on the evidence, right? Also, some students can mark A, it is based on statistical data. Not all positive statements rely on stats. Because we need to look at the evidence. So evidence, it's not necessary that the evidence has to be a statistical data. It could be anything. It could probably be a non-quantitative evidence as well, or non-statistical evidence as well. Okay, got it? So question number 2 is boy. Question number 3 is a simple question. It says, which quantity of Y is given up to produce a quantity of X? So the question number 3 is very simple. The correct answer is A. How much of Y is given up to produce? Right now I don't know how much Y are you giving up. How much Y is given up, right? So you're making 110 Y, so you're giving up 40 Y. In order, you're producing 150 Y and you're producing 0x, but now you're making 100x with 110 Y, so you're giving up 40 Y in order to produce 100x, right? So A is the correct answer. Okay, question number 4 says, what is an accurate statement about different types of goods? Question number 4, the correct answer has to be David. What is an accurate statement about different types of goods? Public goods can be used by additional consumers with no extra production cost. Public goods can be used by additional consumers with no extra production cost, because public goods जो होते हैं वो क्या होते हैं, वो non-rivalrous होते हैं, और वो non-rivalrous होते हैं, which means that one person's use doesn't really reduces the availability for others. So there's no it can be used by anyone, no extra cost would be incurred. Like I don't know, national defense हो गया, street light, lighthouse, ये सब public goods हैं. Free goods on the other hand are offered for sale at a loss-making price. Free goods, first of all, the statement is incorrect. It's an incorrect statement because free goods like air or sunlight isn't sold. It's not sold. Merit goods generate more consumer surplus and produce surplus. This statement is incorrect as well because merit goods don't guarantee surplus comparison. So this is incorrect as well. Merit goods generate more consumer surplus and produce surplus. Merit goods don't just, merit goods, we don't really look at merit goods in terms of surplus comparisons. Part C, private goods can be consumed with no opportunity cost. This is incorrect because private goods involve an opportunity cost. There's an opportunity cost for private goods. There's an opportunity cost in production. There's an opportunity cost in consumption as well, because private goods requires factors of production to produce. Hence, an opportunity cost arises. Also, private goods are sold at a price. Again, an opportunity cost for consumption arises, because if I consume a private good, I can't consume other private goods. So opportunity cost in consumption as well. Question number 5 says, why does individual demand curve slopes downwards? What is the answer, guys? Come on. I need question number 5. What is the answer to question number 5? You have to give me this answer. Has to be the correct. This concept, I personally really love this concept because it has to do with the utility and welfare, and what D, question number 5, what is the correct answer? Is it A, B, C, or D? Question number 5, is it A, B, C, or D? Come on, you need to be a bit quick. This is a simple MCQ. Is it A, B, C, or D? Question number 5, is it A, B, C, or D? Come on. The correct answer, guys, for question number 5 is A for alpha. It says the additional satisfaction. The demand curve slopes downwards to the right, and the fact that demand curve slopes downwards to the right means that as the price is going down, the demand is going up, the quantity that you're demanding is going up. And the simple reason is that as you're consuming more and more units, the additional satisfaction you're getting from each additional unit is diminishing. So you're getting less and less additional satisfaction from each additional unit. That is, the marginal utility for consuming every additional unit is decreasing. And let's forget marginal utility. Just let's keep it simple. Let's say that the additional satisfaction is decreasing for each additional unit. And because the additional satisfaction is decreasing for each additional unit, let's say, okay, I'll explain this to you, by the way. Let's say that these classes, our YouTube classes, are charged. Let's say that our YouTube classes are charged right now. Let's say this is a charged class and I'm charging you $50 for it. So the first hour was, it was very productive. You were not tired. But by the third hour, you won't be really willing to pay me $50 for the same. Probably you will be like, okay, fine. His YouTube live will be value adding, but we aren't really willing to pay $50. Maybe $10 or $20 could work for us, right? So in order to consume a higher quantity, that needs to be justified by a lower price, and that is exactly the whole logic behind the whole demand curve, right? It's just a spontaneous example. It clicked in my head right now. And since the additional satisfaction goes down as you consume more and more, so you need a lower price to justify that higher quantity. And if you want that higher quantity, given the fact that the marginal utility of the additional satisfaction is going down, the price has to go down to justify that purchase. And that is exactly why for question number 5, A is the correct answer. And I remember, when I was teaching this topic, I taught this particular thing to my students as well. So I'm sure you guys must be knowing this. Question number 5, part A, is the correct answer. Question number 6. Question number 6 says Ethiopia is Africa's largest producer of coffee. ठीक है, what would cause the change in the diagram? So demand is going down, right? So demand would go down because of what? Demand would go down. This is a simple question. Demand would go down because if there's a fall in worldwide incomes, the correct answer is A. So global foreign incomes would decrease demand. Simple. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Question number 7 says the diagram shows the relationship between total expenditure and price. Again, it's a question. We saw that this is a similar sort of a question. Question number 7 would be C. The diagram shows the relationship between total expenditure and price for 3 goods, 1, 2, and 3. Which curves represent the products with price elastic and unitary price elastic demand? So, first of all, the correct answer needs to be C because the curve 3 is elastic. Curve 3 is elastic because, as the price goes down for elastic, as the price goes down, total revenue goes up and total expenditure goes up as well. And that is captured by the curve 3. And in case of unitary elastic, if the price goes down or price goes up, in both cases, total revenue stays the same and total expenditure stays the same as well. So A. So, curve 1 is unitary elastic, so C is the correct answer. Insia says David. No, Insia, it's not David. Unitary elastic is not, this is not, I think why you're, I can understand why you're saying 2 as unitary elastic, but I think you're confusing this with the PES being equal to 1. You're confusing it with PES being equal to 1, which starts from the origin, which is a different concept. See, I got it. So 7C is the correct answer. Am I right, Insia? So you need to understand this is total expenditure on the horizontal axis and this is price on the vertical axis. So it's showing the relationship between price and total expenditure. Question number 8 says which a firm has a perfectly elastic supply at the market price of $10. This is a perfectly elastic supply at the market price of $10, which means that you have a fixed price at $10. So sorry, perfectly elastic supply means the correct answer would be C. ऐसा लग रहा है कि this guy Desire has opened up the marking scheme and he doesn't read the question and directly he just jumps on the answer. That's what I assume. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But I'm not even done with the question and you are giving all the right answers. So I hope you don't have the marking scheme open in front of you, because I don't want you guys, any of you, opening the marking scheme and then commenting, because what that does is it just distorts those people. It just distracts those people who are actually trying to process and trying to find out the right answer. So please don't do that if anyone is doing that. Again, I hope that is not the case. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Why won't it be B? किसका? Simran, आप किसकी बात कर? What MCQ are you talking about? Why won't it be B? But Mr. Desire, you are giving all the right answers, so I think if that's a good thing if you have solved all of them. Insia says C. C is correct, Insia. Simran says question number 8. 8 is not B. At any price below $10, quantity supplied is infinite. See, you have to understand that you have to understand the concept of a perfectly elastic supply. A perfectly elastic supply means the firm is willing to supply any quantity, infinite quantity, at that fixed price, right? So the PES is infinite at the fixed price of $10. So the firm is willing to supply any quantity. It could be any quantity, be it, million units, at that fixed price, but not at a lower or a higher price. The firm would not be willing to supply at a lower price, neither at a higher price. So this is a theoretical extreme and a mathematical extreme. So is this indicating a perfectly elastic supply? Like, it's just like saying that you can produce anything, anytime, anywhere. I think sunlight, या air or wind की हो सकती है perfectly elastic supply. it's just, I mean, there's no real world example where we can say that perfectly elastic supply could be something that, but it's a theoretical extreme. Got it? So at $10, the firm will supply any quantity. So C is the correct answer. Insia says, sir, A is also close. At any price above $10, quantity okay. At any price above $10, quantity supplied is 0. Okay, so देखें, आपको इस बात को समझना पड़ेगा कि with respect to perfectly elastic supply, I mean perfectly elastic supply का मतलब पहले आप ये समझें होता क्या है. Perfectly elastic supply का मतलब is primarily concerned with you supplying an infinite quantity at $10, right? At any price above $10, quantity supplied is 0, which means that technically, yes, I mean, you're right. A is also sort of correct, but I mean, A is not entirely. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with the fact that A could be 100% incorrect, but I mean, C is going to capture it in a much more better way. I mean, C जो है उसको और बेहतर तरीके से कैप्चर करेगा. आंसर ऑप्शन सी जो है is going to capture it. It's sort of capturing it in a much more relatively better way. So while A is not entirely wrong, C is giving you an exactly much better option. That पहली चीज़ तो आपको ये समझना ज़रूरी है कि प्राइस जो है ना, आई मीन द रीज़न वाई, आई मीन आई वाज ट्राइंग टू, आई एम जस्ट कमिंग अप विद द लॉजिक टू रेफ्यूट ए. You have to understand that the price will not go up. You have to understand जब, when your supply would be perfectly elastic, right? Your price will not go up. The price is not going to go up or down. The price will stay at 10 because $10 is what consumers are willing and able to supply any quantity. So they're willing and able to supply any quantity, right? So that is why for question number 8, C is the correct answer. Because it perfectly matches the explanation of क्या लिखा है आपने? जी सर, I get C is definitely looks more correct, right? But right now अभी मुझे कुछ it's not clicking me right now कि मैं how could I sort of express it, but I think I have explained to you guys. समझ आ गया है कि why is A not capturing the 100% accurate definition. Okay? अगर मुझे क्लिक हुआ ड्यूरिंग दी उसमें और there's something else I just मुझे निकल गया जहन से, but if I sort of recall it, I'll explain it. मतलब if I recall that line that I wanted to mention, I'll sort of mention it. But yeah, while A is not entirely wrong, but C captures it perfectly. ठीक है? Okay. Technically, अगर आप देखें ना, I mean, if you look at option A, at any price above $10, quantity supplied is 0. Quantity supplied, because, I mean, suppliers would be willing to charge a higher price above $10 because they can theoretically earn more profit per unit in that case. They could earn more. But they can't really charge a price above $10 because no one would be, I mean, buyers would then go and buy from other sellers, right? So technically that is why option C, it's not that quantity supplied, is just gonna be zero if the price is above $10. It means that, you know, if the price, okay, so just option C is perfectly capturing it. I mean, I'm sort of not just a click nahi ho raha, that line mujhe, I forgot, but anyways, if I recall it, so I'll explain it to you. Why is option A? I mean, I'm not satisfied with the explanation I've given. I just need that perfection. I'm not self-satisfied to move on. But anyways, if I sort of get the hang, if that line clicks, then I will obviously get back to this MCQ. Anyways, question number, but again, I hope phir bhi tum log ko, you guys have understood it. Question number 9, I think, is a repeat. This was repeated in the previous variant. Question number, so there can be inflation, there may increase. Question number 10. G. Question number 10. Achha, question number 10, I remember iska marking scheme mein answer, I guess. Nahi, iska sahi hai. Question number 10 says, in a free market in disequilibrium, which combination of price and quantity will lead to a fall in price and contraction in output to reach equilibrium? Yeah. So question number 10 का जो answer होगा, that would be, I think, boy, because the price has to go down, right? So you have a surplus. In order to eliminate the surplus, the price has to go down. There has to be a downward pressure on price. So the correct answer has to be P1 Q3, because at P1 and a quantity of Q3 means that you have you're supplying Q3 while the demand is Q1, so there's this surplus, right? And for the surplus to eliminate, there has to be a downward pressure on the prices. Correct? So question number 10, that's what question number 10 is, right? Question number 10 has to be boy. Got it? Yeah, so there has to be a contraction along the supply curve while an extension along the demand curve. So that is going to bring back the market price to a stable equilibrium. See, if you guys remember equilibrium, what was equilibrium? Equilibrium means that there's no tendency to change. But at P1, there's a surplus. So there's a tendency for the market to respond and react, and for supply and demand to change, and for supply to contract and demand to extend. Which means that this is not your equilibrium, right? So, question number 10 का आंसर जो है, that is boy. ठीक है? Question number 10 का आंसर is boy. P1 Q3. Got it? Question number 11. Question number 11 says, question number 11, guys, says, sorry. Question number 11 says what? Question number 11 says, a change in market condition reduces the supply, causes a reduction in supply, right? If this is causing a reduction in supply, this results in higher price for product which has a downward sloping demand curve. G. तो क्या लिखेंगे इसके अंदर आप? What will you write in this particular what will you write in this particular bow? Question number 11. What is the answer to question number 11? Question number 11 has to be boy. Yes. Question 11 has to be boy. It says a change in market condition causing a reduction in supply now. So this results in higher prices because while it's a downward sloping demand curve now. So the quantity demanded is going down. So the rationing function है ना price का. The price, your supply is going down, so it is causing, this is a shortage. Supply has gone down, so this has created a shortage. So the price has to go up from P1 to P2 in order to ration out that shortage and reduce the quantity demanded along the demand curve, right? So decrease in quantity demanded, 11 has to be B. Pretty simple question, right? Got it? It's B. Hunzila Samir says C. C तो नहीं होगा. Hunzila C नहीं हो सकता. Because it says an increase in factors employed in the industry. What must be the outcome of this higher price? So if the price is going up, the demand will contract. If the price is going up, increase in factors that are employed in the industry, तो नहीं होगा, because you have to understand that the fact that supply has gone down, supply shifted to the left, is gonna not increase employment. In fact, it will increase unemployment, because the fact that supply has fallen is a discouragement to firms. So they will they will lay off some of the workers, because ultimately you can see that the output is going down, right? So yeah. Question number 12. Question number 12 says the soap industry consists of several firms. Firm X produces a small percentage of total output. What is likely to cause the supply curve for firm X to shift to the right, while the market supply curve to shift to the left? जी, क्या आंसर होगा इसका? What is the answer to question number 12? Faizan says A, Hanzala says A as well. Is it A? Everyone else thinks it's A? G, what do you think would be the answer? Okay. Question number, sorry, my bad. Question number 12 का answer would be A, because your supply is shifting to the right, which means because of lower cost or better efficiency. यही होगा reason. So firm X is improving technology, so the supply for firm X would improve, would shift to the right. But other firms are facing rising input costs, right? So their supply would shift to the left. But the thing is that market supply overall would shift to the left, because the market supply would follow the direction of other firms, not firm X, because firm X is just producing a small percentage of total output. So the total supply would follow the direction of whatever is happening to all the other firms except X. Got it? So that is why A is the correct answer, because although firm A's output or supply has gone up, but other firms' supply has gone down. And since firm X produces a very small proportion of total output, the overall supply follows the direction of all the other firms combined. Question number 13 ka answer, 13 is a good question. Look at this question. Question number 13. Yes, guys, question 13. Yes, Mr. Desire says, 13 is the correct answer. 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 13 is the correct B. Nee, Mr. Desire says B. Yeah. G. What does the other people say? Come on, guys, we need to finish this up. Question number 13. क्या होगा बेटा, जल्दी बताओ. 13 में आपको पता है कि आपके ओरिजिनल, so your demand and supply curves are given by D1 S1, and this is D1, this is S1, and you have this. So the original consumer surplus is the area that is below the price above the the producer surplus is below the price above the supply. So your producer surplus is U. So your producer surplus is initially it is U, and once the price goes up, I mean the demand shifts to the right while supply shifts. So this is your price right now. This is your new equilibrium. So again, the producer surplus would be the area below the price above the supply, that is R plus Q. So Q say it moves on to R plus Q, while consumer surplus is the area that is above the price below the demand. So initially so if this is the market price, initially this was the consumer surplus, R plus T. So from R plus T, it moves to how much? It moves to how much? It moves to only area P, that is above the price below the above the price below the demand. So it moves to only P, which means that what should be the correct answer? Question number 13 should be boy. Change the consumer surplus from R plus T to P. Change the producer surplus, U say from U to R plus Q. Got it? Question number 14 says the diagram shows a market subject to a maximum price. There would be allocation by the price system would be the correct answer, because what will happen if maximum price is removed? If you remove this maximum price, there's no more maximum price. So immediately so you see there's a maximum price, right? Which means that there is a shortage, and because there's a shortage, then there has to be an upward pressure on prices, but there can't be an upward pressure on prices because the market is not operating based on the price mechanism, because the government is controlling that prices, which means that this is the price that this has to be paid. So the government is like, we don't care about the shortage. So again, the government will now do something about the shortage, maybe release buffer stocks or whatever, or right? But what we're saying is that once this maximum price is removed, there would be an upward pressure on prices, and the market will move back to the stable equilibrium at P and Q. ठीक है? That's correct. So question number 14 should be David. Like Desire says, price mechanism would start functioning. Question 15, WXYZ is the correct answer. What does the area of rectangle WXYZ measure? So WXYZ is basically it's basically the government's tax revenue, because it's a tax, right? So it's government's tax revenue per unit subsidy, and then this is the entire region is your government's tax revenue. Easy. Question number 16. Yeah, this question 16. Oh, by the way, I just clicked, the line that I had to explain perfectly elastic supply mein, but I was trying to explain regarding वापस आ जाते हैं उस question पे. I'm sorry I'm taking your time, but like I said, I wasn't really satisfied, and I'm not satisfied unless I just make sure that my explanations have to be 100%. कहाँ गया वो? Where's that question? That stupid, sorry, not stupid. Where's that question? Do you guys remember? Yeah. So you see, what I was trying to say to you guys is, it wasn't really clicking my head at that time. I was saying that, at point C, the government, at a price of $10, right, the firm will supply any quantity. So the fact that the PES is infinite means that the firm is willing to supply infinite units at that price. So the price is fixed. The price will not. See, the price, there's this comment आया था कि at any price above $10, quantity supplied is zero. See, quantity supplied zero होगी at a price that is below this, below this price. Quantity supplied, this is irrelevant. Price जो है वो above this price of $10 हमारे लिए irrelevant है. उसकी वजह ये है, I mean, the reason why it is irrelevant for us is because price will never go up. The price can't go up because the price will not go up. It's irrelevant because producers are supplying infinite units at that fixed price. So price is not going to go up. I mean, the fact that price goes up and what is the impact on quantity, there's no need to capture that. There's no need to sort of evaluate that because the producers are already supplying infinite units. Infinite means unlimited quantity. So if price goes up, there's no additional supply is being created. Supply is just already, it's infinite, right? So perfectly elastic supply ke andar, you need to understand this concept that in perfectly elastic supply, the supplier is already willing to supply any amount at the existing price, right? So a further rise in price, let's say if the price rises to $12, this doesn't really means that it's going to increase quantity supplied. Supply is already infinite at the price of $10, right? Got it? So ऐसा नहीं है, okay? ठीक है? But if the price goes down, because if the price goes down, then quantity supplied is going to fall to zero. Okay? If the price goes down, the quantity supplied is going to fall to zero, which means that C option is perfectly capturing the definition correctly. Coming to question number 16. Okay, question number 16. The table shows the demand and supply schedules for a product before and after the government pays a subsidy of $4 per unit to the producers. Gee, could anyone calculate the total government spending revenue? This is a question that usually students get it wrong. Mostly students will end up getting this question wrong, and I'm obviously only those students will be able to get it right if they have studied this concept. If they have studied the numerical examples while studying subsidies. If they have studied numerical examples while studying subsidies, they will be able to understand this concept. Otherwise, usually students are not aware of this concept. And I'm pretty sure you guys are confused. You're not able to do that. So what is the correct answer? But, you guys remember that I did a numerical example in our course regarding this particular thing, where we talked about this price is basically price paid by, if you guys remember, this is the price that is paid by consumers. Now, if this is the price that is paid by consumers, so what is the equilibrium right now? Right now, the equilibrium is the equilibrium price is 10, the quantity demanded is 100, and the quantity supplied is 100 as well. Now, we need to figure out what is the price that is received by producers. Remember, we talked with this in our classes, price received in our videos, price received by producers. Price received by producers is the price that is paid by consumers plus the subsidy. Because subsidy is given to the producers, just extra money. Producers love the subsidy, just extra cash. For every unit, they're getting cash by the government. So it's a transfer payment. Government is giving money from its own pocket, from tax returns to the government. So it's a transfer payment. So, the price that is received by the producer would be 6 plus 4. So if this is, let's say कि अगर price $6 होती और $6 per trading होती, so 6 plus 4 $10. This would be 8 plus 4, that is 12. 10 plus 4 14. 12 plus 4 16. 14 plus 4 18. So this is the price received by the producers, right? Now, if this is so if this is the price that is received by the producers, this is the price received by the producers, that's fine. Now, could you guys, now the quantity supplied after the subsidy is not at this price, by the way. Let me tell you very clearly, the quantity supplied after the subsidy is not at this price. The quantity supplied after subsidy is at this particular price, right? And quantity supplied after subsidy. I want you to look at quantity supplied after subsidy versus quantity demanded, right? So the quantity that is being supplied after subsidy and the quantity that is being demanded. So this is the same, right? So it means that it simply means that, if so now if I were to sort of draw this on a diagram, how can we sort of draw this on a diagram, right? Let's see, how can we draw it on a diagram? This is demand, this is supply. Now could you tell me the original equilibrium? Original equilibrium is $10 and then you have 100 units. You have 100 units, right? So you have 100 units, $10. Now you're given a subsidy. So what that would do is that would shift demand outwards. Now you're clear you're now clear on the fact that the quantity demanded and quantity supplied are equal. So 120 equals 120. So this is perfectly clear. So 120 equals 120. So which means that the new quantity traded is 120, which means that the new equilibrium price has to be $8. But you need to understand that $8 is basically the price that is paid by consumers. It is not the price received by producers. The price that is received by producers when you are actually selling and trading 120 units, the price received by producers is $12, because the producers have two incomes. I mean, the producers would first get the market price, plus they would get additional subsidy. That is why producers love the subsidy. So which means that, which actually means this is 12. Now I want you to understand this concept, guys, that I need to understand this concept, that if I were to ask you that, you're producing 120 units. In order to produce 120 units, how much is the market price that justifies 120 units? Come on, tell me. How much is the market price that justifies 120 units? This is my simple question. This is a question that screws the hell out of everyone. 99% students get this wrong. Unless and until you are able, if you have been taught subsidy using a numerical example. If you have been taught like that, you will do it right. If you haven't been taught like that, you will do it wrong. Now, can you tell me that in order to produce these 120 units, what is the price that justifies 120 unit production of 120 units? It is actually $12 that justifies the production of 120 units. Why? You have to understand that supply curve reflects the cost of production for producers. And the cost of producing 120 units, is actually captured by the old supply curve. The government has given the producer a subsidy that has reduced the cost, but artificially reduced the cost. When we say that it has reduced the cost, it simply means that the producer needs in order to produce the goddamn 120th unit, the producer needs $12. Now the market will only offer $8. So it's the government is going to offer those $4 to the producer. So the cost to actually produce 120th unit is still $12. So what I'm going to say to you guys is basically that it's just artificially reducing the cost. The actual cost to produce the 120th unit is still $12, right? Which follows that, okay, so coming back, which follows what now? I mean, this is clear cut. You can clearly see two things are happening, guys. Come on. There are two things happening here. First thing is that the price is going down. The second thing is that the quantity is going up. That's what subsidy does. So subsidy is reducing the price, increasing the quantity in the market, and that is exactly what a subsidy does. The price goes down, the quantity goes up. And what is the cost of subsidy? The cost of subsidy is simple. The vertical distance between the two supply curves times the number of units that you're actually producing and selling, which is this entire area is the cost of subsidy, right? Which is how much? Which is 12, which is this distance, 12 minus 8 times 120 cost of subsidy. 12 minus 8 times 120 is how much? 4 times 120 is 480. Now, I remember teaching you guys all these concepts, right? And I'm addressing my students who have been studying from me. I remember you guys teaching all these concepts. So you can check out your notes from there. And these sort of questions come in the exam. Okay? And probably at that particular point in time, you might be realizing that why is Sir Adil teaching us this when we're not going to use it in paper 2? Well, that's the reason why I was teaching you this. It will take you less time as compared to others now. So what I'm teaching you guys is that for all those students who haven't covered this in their course while studying paper 2, what you need to do is that you need to find out the price paid by consumers, the price received by producers. So for 120, you can clearly see that the market is trading a quantity of 120 units. At 120 units is being demanded at a price of $8, and 120 units are being supplied at $8. Now you need to understand this one thing. If the producer is supplying 120 units, he's not supplying it because the price has fallen. He's only supplying 120 units at a market price of $8. Listen to this, what I'm saying. He's only supplying 120 units at a market price of $8. He's only supplying 120 units at a market price of $8 because, the government is giving a subsidy. So the producer is actually receiving $12. Okay, well, this is the concept. Question number 17. Which government transaction? Dude, just wait for like 5-10 minutes. This is 10 questions are left. So just wait, hang on. Which government? I know it's 1 a.m. but it's 1 a.m. not for you. It's 1 a.m. for me as well. So which government transaction is a transfer payment? So yeah, what is a transfer payment? Question number 17. Question number 17 says, 17 ka C hoga, pension paid to a former government employee. Pensions are transfer payments because it is simply income that is received without providing goods and services in return. Question number 18 says, following deregulation, state-owned enterprise in an economy are to be privatized. What is likely to be the result? Question number 18, what is likely to be the result? Question 18, the answer to question number 18 would be, what would be 18? What would be 18? What would be the answer to question number 18? The answer to question number 18 should be A. Private companies will put customer needs before profits. Right? Private companies will put customer needs before profits. Because in privatization, firms would aim to maximize profits, which may conflict. Least like, So A would be correct now. So least likely, So obviously, when you privatize, firms would aim to maximize profits, which may conflict with prioritizing customer needs. So the objective of maximizing profits may conflict with the fact that they want to prioritize consumer needs. So A is the correct answer. Question 18 is A. It's not B or C. B is incorrect. So it is least likely that private companies will put customer needs before profits. Right? Private firms, B says private firms will raise their own share capital. We know that private firms raise capital by issuing shares, equity capital, they raise equity capital. So this is a correct statement. This can happen. The level of incentive for enterprise will rise. Yes. The profit incentive will increase. Yes. So C is correct. The number of companies will increase. Yes. Privatization may increase the number of firms via entry of new firms and competition. So yes, D is correct. ठीक हो गया. Question number 19. From the initial position of equilibrium shown, there is an increase in government expenditure on goods and services and simultaneously a reduction in overall efficiency in the production of. Again, a good question. There are two things happening here. There is an increase in government expenditure, so G is going up, and a reduction in overall efficiency, so AD will go up and SRAS or aggregate supply will go down because productive efficiency is declining, so cost of production will increase, reducing aggregate supply. What best describes so a rise in AD should increase GDP A rise in AD should increase GDP, while a fall in AS should reduce GDP. GDP means national income. So we aren't really sure on what will happen on national income, because national income, the effect on national income is uncertain. So D should be the correct answer. The effect on national income is uncertain because we can't really be sure whether national income would increase or decrease. It depends upon the magnitude of in what whether AD is rise. So it depends upon the fact that AD is rising more than the fall in SRAS. It means that whether AD is rising more. So if AD is, there's a huge increase in AD while a small decline in SRAS, so overall real output would actually go up, while the opposite could happen as well. Okay? But it won't be B, that there's no change in it, because national income will change, right? It could either go up or it could either go down, right, depending upon the magnitude. So we aren't really certain. So that is why D is the correct answer. Equilibrium prices would rise for two reasons. AD is increasing, that would cause demand pull inflation. AS is falling, that would cause cost push inflation. What does the AD curve show? AD curve shows what? AD curve shows B would be the correct answer. It shows aggregate demand demanded at different prices. So D, B. Question number 21. What is the correct answer? Question number 21, guys. The table shows year-on-year percentage changes for a country's CPI. Come on, guys. Bas 9 more MCQs. Okay? 9 more MCQs means 10 more minutes. That's it. You can do it. 10 more minutes. You're doing well. Okay? 3 hours, good. It's your benefit. I mean, you guys will definitely be the happiest. G. Okay. Question number 21. The correct answer to question number 21 is... What is question number 21? The correct answer to question number 21 has to be D for David. The correct answer to 21 is D for David. The reason being, you have to understand this, that this is representing the percentage change in CPI. So CPI indexes, जो भी दिए होंगे उसका percentage, they have calculated the percentage changes from the CPI indexes. So 2009 में the 18% prices went up. In 2010 it went up by 11.7%, 8.6. So prices are increasing at a decreasing rate. So you have disinflation, you don't have deflation. So prices aren't falling, first of all. So I mean, you have to understand that the price level, the prices are rising every year. There's positive inflation rate. So the price level has to be lowest in 2019. Sorry. The price level has to be lowest in 2009, which is the starting point. And after that, it accumulates over time. So, inflation rate is falling, but the price level isn't falling. Price level is rising. I mean, inflation rate could be falling, but not the price level. There's still inflation. Got it? So that is why 21D is the correct answer. And that is exactly why I tell you guys that the more you practice, the better you get. Question number 22 says an Indian multinational company receives profits from its factories based in the UK. It then buys a US owned firm based in the UK. So obviously an Indian MNC is receiving profits from its factories based in UK. So whatever profit it's receiving would be recorded in the financial account. Although financial account and capital account isn't part of AS, but I don't know. Usually it's best to at least have a basic knowledge of it. So anyways, the remittance of profit back would be recorded in the financial account, while the purchase of US owned firm would be recorded as, a debit item on the financial account because it's FDI, right? So it's an FDI outflow. So A is the correct answer. A credit it's a remittance of profit, right? It's not. So remittance of profit would be recorded under primary income. Primary income records your factor incomes, right? Primary income is your factor incomes like profit, rent, dividend, interest. That's what it is. So we recorded that the remitting of the profit would be, it's just the profit that we're going to be recording as a credit item in the current account. So A is the correct answer. And the fact that you're purchasing US owned assets, I mean, the purchase of a US owned firm is simply FDI, and it would be debit in India's BOP and the financial account. Question number 23. Question number 23. What causes demand for pound to shift to question number 23. Question number 23. I think you repeat hua, I guess. It should be A, decrease in price level. Is it repeated, right? Because it makes US exports less competitive, so demand for pounds will fall. I think it's repeated. And UK imports would become more attractive. Supply would increase because got it? So UK would end up buying more foreign currency. So A is the correct answer. ठीक है? I hope मैंने सही बताया. मैं अभी अपनी पूरी chain of thoughts को lose कर चुका हूँ. So I hope I've pulled it off correctly. Demand is falling, right? So a decrease in the price level of other countries, na? So yeah, I mean, I hope I've done. What did I say? I said that inflation in other countries are falling, right? So UK exports will become less competitive. Then people will switch to other countries' goods, right? हाँ तो ठीक है ना, demand for pound will fall while UK imports become more attractive because UK would import more because other goods are becoming cheaper now in other countries. So ठीक है, supply would increase for pounds. Yeah, correct. 24. A country's TOT fell from base year 100 to 90. Which changes in the export price index and import price index would have caused this? Again, a good question. G. Question number 24. 24 guys, TOT का formula होता है is index of export price upon the index of import price times 100 because you want to convert this into an index number. So if the base year, let's talk about the base year and let's calculate the base year TOT. So obviously index of export price ko let's say 100 upon 100 times 100. So I mean that's 100. So now it says the TOT in the current year has fallen to 90, and this is only possible by the way if your export prices are falling by, the export price index fell by 10, which makes it to 90. I mean, this export price index falls to 90 and the import price index is the same, only then would the TOT be 90, right? So C is the correct answer for question number 24. Got it? Got it, guys? Got it. Everyone else? Okay. Kenya produces some of the finest tea, much of which it exports. Its climate is not suited to producing olives, but olives can be sold for a higher price per sack. What would definitely happen? Inko underline kar liya karo. It definitely happen. What would not happen? What would least likely to be happen? Focus on, you underline these words. If a Kenyan company used some of the land where tea is grown to plant olive trees. Yeah. I mean, there would be an opportunity cost from lost tea production, obviously, because using land for olives means that you're not producing tea. So there's an opportunity cost of lost tea output. Simple question. I mean, this is a pretty straightforward. 25, David, right? Question number 26 says the diagram shows the imposition of a tariff. Yeah, solve this question. Again, a good question. This is a good question. Yes, 26. What would be the answer? Yes, guys, 26. Good question. Could you guys solve question number 26? Yeah. So. Question number 26, ladies and gentlemen. What is the answer to question number 26? 4 more to go. Come on, you guys can do it. Question number 26. What is the answer to question number 26? The diagram shows the imposition of a tariff which raises the goods world price from 10 to 14. What was the effect on total expenditure on the good? Total expenditure, let me give you a hint. Total expenditure is domestic expenditure plus import expenditure. And domestic expenditure plus import expenditure is simply the demand, the total demand. Because now let's look at this. So the domestic expenditure, the domestic demand is 100 at a price of $10, which is the world price definitely. And at this price the supply is only 20, which means that the remaining is 80 is imported. So you see, you're going to buy 20 units from domestic producers and you're going to import 80 units from so 80 would be imported. So the domestic expenditure would be simply 100 multiplied by, so the domestic expenditures, if the price is $10, the total expenditure would be very simple. At $10, the total expenditure would be $1,000, because it would be $10 times 100, because it's $10 times 100 is simply like 10 times 20 buying from domestic producers plus 10 times 80. So it's just the same, right? So it has to be $1,000. 10 times 20 plus 10 times 80. Got it? So the answer has to come to $1,000, right? 10 times 20 plus 10 times 80. But just do 10 times 100. Not just do 10 times 100 because the demand is 100. So out of the demand for 100, 20 is being fulfilled by domestic firms while the 80 is being imported. Simple. Price goes to $14. What is the domestic demand now? It shrinks to 70. So again, 30 ki demand would be satisfied by domestic producers because domestic producers would supply 30, which means that out of a domestic demand of 70, 30 would be supplied by domestic producers, which means that 40 would be imported, which is pretty simple. So again, the total domestic expenditure would be how much? Domestic expenditure would be $10 times a 70, which is $700. Sorry, my bad. 14 times 70. $14 times a 70. Say, na? What is 14 times 70? I don't calculate karna padega mujhe. Come on, guys. You guys need to be more interactive. You guys need to comment, and you guys need to quickly comment. I shouldn't have the need to even calculate this on my calculator. No, it shouldn't be that way. You should comment on it's $980, right? So 1,000 minus 980 is a loss of how much? A loss of, it fell by 20 million. See, such a good practice MCQ. It's worth it. All these efforts are worth it. Why? Because you're getting to solve new MCQs. That's good. Question number 27. Sabko samajh aa gaya? Guys, are you clear? Everyone, question number 26. Is it clear? Question number 27. Which government measure would reduce protectionism? So 27 would be how much? 27 would be C for Charlie. An increase in the level of import quotas. See, reducing protectionism means encouraging more free trade, or simply saying allowing more imports. Reducing protectionism means allowing more imports. And increasing the level of import quotas, when you say that you are increasing the level of import quotas, it means you're allowing more imports. Write this down. This is a confusing. A lot of times students get confused. When you see, what is a quota? Quota is a limit. You can't import more than 10 cars. But increasing the quota means I increase the quota from 10 to 30. Now I'm saying you can't import more than 30 cars, which means that I've allowed 20 more cars to be imported. That's what makes C the correct answer. Question 28 says, what is a deflationary fiscal measure? Deflationary fiscal measure would be increasing. Such a simple MCQ. Kyun hota hai ye MCQ? Kyun hona chahiye? Question 28 says, increasing taxes would reduce AD. Pretty simple. 29. Again, 29 is a expenditure dampening and switching policy question. So you won't be expected to sort of have a full-fledged dampening and switching question, but again मतलब I mean ये फिर भी अगर कोई ट्राई करना चाहे तो कर सकता है, बट आएगा नहीं एग्जाम में इस तरह का. बट अगेन ठीक है, करना चाहे तो कर ले, मैं करा दूंगा, बट लेट्स मूव ऑन. Question number 30. The US Federal Reserve has a stable price. Do this. What is 30? What is the answer to question number 30? जी guys, what is the answer to question number 30? Have you guys... अच्छा, by the way, ये जो this dotted line, the dotted line is telling you the key unemployment rate. So the dotted line is telling you the unemployment rate, while this dark line is telling you the consumer price change, the percentage, the inflation rate. Simply is telling you the inflation rate. So the dotted line is telling you the unemployment rate. This line is telling you the inflation rate. इन्फ्लेशन का रेट दे रहा है आपको, ठीक है, परसेंटेज वाइज. ये परसेंटेज वाइज अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट दे रहा है. नाउ द फुल एम्प्लॉयमेंट टारगेट इज लेट्स से 5%, and the inflation target is obviously the Federal Reserves usually throughout the world have the central bank has a target of 2% throughout the, and Federal Reserve ki baat ho rahi, talking about the US central bank. Now the correct answer to this question is David. Desire says it's D, since in 2008 the unemployment is nearest to 5. The unemployment is nearest to 5. So what is 5%? This is the question that I'm asking you because you've answered. So what is 5% here? What is 5%? B is not the correct answer. $30 should be David. What is 5%? It is the target that Federal Reserve is to achieve in the unemployment level. गलत. ये मिस्टर डिज़ायर आपसे मैंने तभी पूछा था कि 5% क्या है. 5% फुल एम्प्लॉयमेंट का टारगेट है. सो okay, so I'll explain this question to you. I know you guys are confused here, and let me explain it. See, you first need to understand, let's talk about inflation here. So, you see, the inflation target is met in 2008, right? So, 2008 के अंदर हमारा inflation का target meet हो रहा है. So, this is sort of close to 2008. The inflation target is met at 2% central bank target. और बाकी जितने भी years हैं apart from 2008, we can see it fluctuating along the target. Sometimes inflation was close to it, sometimes it wasn't. 2011 में भी meet हुआ है. Sorry, 2011 तो नहीं, 12 में. 2012 में भी meet हुआ है. But 12 में the unemployment rate wasn't equal to the full employment rate. Now you need to understand one thing, by the way. You need to understand the concept of full employment. See, when the full employment क्या होता है? What is full employment? What do you mean by full employment? What is full employment? What is full employment? ये बता दें आप मुझे, what is full employment? Full employment is the employment where there is no cyclical unemployment, and the only unemployment you have is the natural rate of unemployment. Remember, when your LRAS is straight up, and at LRAS, at this full employment level of GDP, the only unemployment the economy would have would be equal to the natural rate of unemployment. And the natural rate of unemployment is basically your structural plus your frictional unemployment. So what we are saying is that when the economy is at full employment, the only unemployment that exists is your frictional and structural unemployment, which means that if this is the full employment target, the fact that your economy's full employment rate, so the full employment rate is technically talking about the fact that there's no cyclical unemployment, and और दुनिया भर में जो नेचुरल रेट ऑफ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट होता है वो 5 to 6% के बीच में होता है, 5% to 6% के बीच में, the natural rate of that's what we target. We want to target the unemployment rate around 5-6%, which is equal to the natural rate of unemployment, which means that we don't want any cyclical recessionary unemployment. So the only unemployment that would have, even if we have all the resources being fully employed and we are at a potential sustainable GDP, would be we would still have the unemployment at that point, which would be equal to the natural rate of unemployment, which means that it is only in 2008 that the unemployment equals the natural rate of unemployment. And the fact that unemployment equals the natural rate of unemployment means that you don't have any cyclical unemployment. The only unemployment you have is your cyclical, is your structural and frictional. That's okay. That's what we want, right? So इस क्वेश्चन में बस वो ये कह रहे हैं कि 2008 में आपकी बेसिकली your unemployment rate was equal to your full employment rate and your inflation rate was also equal to, नहीं D होगा simple नहीं है, अब्दुल राफे महमूद, don't say D होगा simple. D जब when your thought process would be like D होगा simple, so you won't be able to answer in an exam situation. ये simple wimple वहाँ निकल जाएगा आपका सारा एग्जाम में ना, simple wimple कुछ नहीं होगा वहाँ पे, एग्जाम में हवा निकली हुई होगी, सिंपल विंपल नहीं चलेगा वहां पे. सो डोंट से डी होगा सिंपल, डी होगा सिंपल. इट्स नॉट दैट सिंपल बाय द वे. तो बेसिकली द नियरेस्ट टू कंप्लीट पॉलिसी सक्सेस वाज अचीव्ड इन 2008. द आंसर इज डी, सिंपल. ठीक है. Got it, guys? I hope I understood. Okay, Abdul Rafi, I hope you understood the question. Okay, guys, question number 30. Got it? Are we good? We completed 3 variants. You guys need to treat me for this, actually. I haven't had my dinner, by the way. Now, we're going to be ending, alhamdulillah, 3 variants done and dusted. Kal isi tarah November 2017 mein hum 3 variants khatam kar lenge inshallah. Our target would be to do the maximum streams, and this is good. And literally, if you see, your aim should be 28-29. You do get 28-29, you reverse all the damages that have been done in paper 2, and if the minimal damages have been done in paper 2, damages to hota hi hote hain, we can't expect a perfect score. Getting a very good score in paper 1 would put you in a very high level. You see, you have to understand one thing. Before I go, I just want to tell you one thing, one last thing. That it's not only that you need to get a borderline A in AS. It's not कि अगर आपका overall A आ रहा है तो आपका borderline पे. Let's say अगर threshold is around 24-25 out of 60 or 26, let's say, and you're getting an A on 27. No, that's not what we want. We want an A on at least 35-36 or 37. A minimum 10 marks का extra लाजमी आपने करना है, लाजमी 10 marks extra आपने लाने हैं, because A2 is, you have no idea about A2 right now. A2 is it's scary, right? So you have a whole beast waiting the next door in a few months, so you need to have a buffer of 10 marks. Got it, guys? That's why paper 1 is very important. Alhamdulillah, I'll see you all inshallah tomorrow. Until then, take care. Thank you and Allah Hafiz.